Okay. Where's my, it looks like the tropics in here. Sun streaming in.
Yeah.
I don't know, can we pull that shade down?
It's
No,
down.
shade has
Tell
come
us to
down.
fix it.
You have to
It's
repair
right
it.
there.
Oh.
It's right there.
Way down.
It's way down.
It is down. It is
It's actually
down.
truly
So
down.
I think,
yes.
are we on? Does that mean we're on if I'm looking at myself?
Yes, I believe
Yay.
we're on.
All right, good afternoon, Millis, and welcome to today's Sunshine meeting. We appreciate everybody's flexibility, and we hope that in interspersing daytime meetings that we expand the opportunity for members of the community to participate. I'm going to go off script here and invite forward, probably to the podium, if they're paying attention. Sorry. Ms. Rosenfeld and Mr. Rosenfeld, who, no relation, yes. If you would like to go to the podium, since the table is occupied with another VIP speaker. And I'm going to let Mr. McCaffrey remind everybody that we had a 3-year journey and conversation with the community as to the business opportunity for Millis to redirect our zoning in order to welcome a cannabis retail and medical establishment to our town, which I believe everybody now knows is ComCan, a very attractive structure on Route 109 westbound. And today, the fruits of their labors become the fruits of our host community agreement, and leading that charge was James McCaffrey. I'm going to let him pick up the story from here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, again, is part of a multi-year journey that we took in partnership with the owners of the ComCan company. And their company has been now operating in Millis since November, after spending a lot of money building the building, et cetera, et cetera. And it is a culmination of an effort by this community to really participate in the opportunity for the marijuana businesses that were created by the statewide legalization of marijuana. So today we're going to have the principals present what is the first of many quarterly payments under the host community agreement. So I will turn it over to the folks from ComCan who have brought a check, which was the whole point.
Yes. Did we see the check? We do see the check.
We see the check. Everybody sees the check. Hi, I'm Mark. My sister Ellen. We run ComCan, obviously. Just want to say thank you to the community, a community that we've been a part of since our grandfather landed here from overseas many years ago, early 1900s. We're very much invested and involved in this town. It's our daily lives, and it has been for our entire lives. So ComCan to date employs approximately 90 people, all from the surrounding communities. The Millis dispensary has been successful so far. It couldn't have gotten that way without the support of you folks here from the very beginning, and the community at large has been welcoming. Anywhere I go, it's the first topic of discussion, and it's always a positive one. So we're happy to be here to make this first payment. This payment, as you see, is in the amount of $88,046.37. That represents 3% of our gross sales from the Millis location. That is matched by the state's tax that that gets collected and sent to you straight from the state. So that check is doubled for the first quarter alone. And keep in mind that is including from when we very first opened. We become more popular every week, so those numbers are expected to increase. So thank you again. My sister Ellen, who is very rarely at a loss for words, I will hand it over to her.
I just want to say that when I give these host community checks, we've given one to Southborough and Medway, everybody says, oh, that's so bad that you have to do that. What other business has to give some of their profits? And I say to them, I'm as excited to give this check to Millis as you are to receive it. I really mean that. I think it's a wonderful partnership. Couldn't have done it without you. The townspeople have been fantastic. The boards have been fantastic. So, as my brother said, this is, I believe, the smallest amount you're going to receive, and I think we're going to hit the mark that's going to make everybody very happy. Thanks.
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, it's really awesome. I want to say for the town, and Jim could say this, that everything about this process has been transparent. It was supported by an educational process at the community level. We had a great volunteer community. I'm looking at Kathy McGinnis, who's in the back, former board chair prior to me. She did a lot of heavy lifting on this. The town should know that this board has put in place a process of taking these funds and protecting them and identifying. We have a whole process for town departments to make compelling appeals for specific services or items that are appropriate to be funded by this specific money. It will not just go into the general fund and get lost. It's important for you to hear that, because we will be able, in fact, as your partner, to report back to you and indicate how this partnership is making a difference in the town. And I should say that, and I know Mark knows this because he always sent Ellen to do it, Ellen really kept us on task through the entire process of the Cannabis Control Commission to execute the volumes and volumes of paperwork that were required and to submit whatever it was that the process required. And so I think we're really indebted to you. And I think the building is beautiful. I have only seen it as a non-event at the end of the day. I haven't seen any traffic congestion that has been at all burdensome. I haven't heard about that. So the fact that you managed to do this and kind of blend into the backdrop of the community and still be a new resource for us from an economic development resource standpoint as an employer is really tremendous. And it's certainly a commitment to you and your entire team. And I'm sure you have something else to say.
I would just like to echo what my colleague said about the folks on the town side that worked on this. It's really been several boards of selectmen, all the way back to the medical in 2015. We certainly are indebted to our retail and marijuana committee that spent a lot of time, over a year or more, trying to develop not only a zoning bylaw but other regulations. We've collaborated with the Board of Health in creating the required healthcare regulations. And as my colleague said, the community really needs to know that this would not have happened without the leadership of Kathy McGinnis, who really was crucial all the way, and her knowledge of zoning bylaws as well as the economic impact, et cetera, brought us to a point where we were able to go to the town meeting and get approval for the critical zoning bylaws, which were supported by the town in town meeting. So thanks to all who participated in this effort.
I agree. And Selectman Neville, too, was instrumental
Yes,
in
he
the,
certainly was. Selectman
first-
Neville, all the way back to Selectman Chris Smith, who was there at the beginning of the medical journey. So it's been several members of the board who
Right.
have participated in this particular aspect of the development of the ComCan business in Millis.
I basically have to reiterate what's been said, point out that it is a community involvement, it's a community effort, and it's one that we really appreciate. You've made your effort. It's going to be good for all parties in the community. So thank you, and thank everyone else who's helped to make this a success.
want to take a picture? We good?
Want a
Some
picture?
sort of a
I had
picture?
feeling this was happening.
How do you want to do that?
We'll just stand in front of all of them, I guess.
Yeah.
Behind would probably be best. Or everyone in the front. Yeah.
We'll get you a pillow.
Can you see the seal behind us?
I can, yeah. All right, 3, 2, 1. Cool. Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
Do I look younger? Do I look younger, thinner, smarter? Okay, airbrush away. 20 pounds down. Thank you very much, ComCan. Thank you to your team.
Thank you.
It's great.
Hi, guys.
And anybody who likes music, ComCan has a Spotify playlist that you can download. Next up, a couple of announcements before our VIP seated before us. I'm sure the town needs no reminding that tomorrow is Super Tuesday. In the time since I had my first cup of coffee, the race continues to change. So do pay attention to for whom you are voting, because the players that are on your ballot and the players who are available for your vote have in fact been adjusted somewhat by changes in candidates. A big reminder on behalf of Ella Dorst, is that when you come to vote tomorrow, please go to your pantry first and grab a can or box of non-perishable food. She, as part of her senior project, is collecting donations of food to benefit the food pantry, and if everybody brings one can, we will certainly help the more than 100 friends and neighbors and families who rely upon this resource. So just as a reminder on her behalf. Anything else for announcements, folks? So our next meeting will not be a daytime meeting, but we are glad that it is, because seated before us is Samuel Lang. He is not a stranger to our board. As you can see from his regalia, he is poised to be the latest of Millis's Eagle Scouts. We have quite a prolific chapter of Eagle Scouts in Millis, and he is here to update us as to his Eagle Scout project. Samuel, you have the floor and are welcome.
Hi, my name is Samuel Lang, and this is the final report on my Eagle Project. An Eagle Project is a leadership project that serves the community. To begin an Eagle Project, you must first identify an issue or a problem. I chose the problem of the mosquito-borne illness, Eastern equine encephalitis, or EEE. It has a 37% mortality rate, with meaning over 1/3 of the people who contract it die. In 2019, there were EEE infections in 6 different U.S. states. This is a risk heat map of Massachusetts for EEE. That little ring is us. Our town is over 40% wetlands, making it ideal environment for the mosquitoes. My eco-safe solution for this is to invite the bats to eat the mosquitoes. Myotis lucifagus, the little brown bat, is approximately 3 inches long with a wingspan of 11 inches. It can fit into spaces as tight as 1/2 inch and can consume up to 8,000 mosquito-sized bugs per night. The research and preparation consisted of finding a conservation plan for boxes, altering the dimensions of the plan in order to account for the materials I had on hand, and presenting my ideas at the CONCOM meeting, and where they raised the primary concern of white nose syndrome. I then researched this and found chemical treatments for it and contacted the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. For the construction preparation, I made a template box and used that template to construct 11 more bat box kits. Remember, the Eagle Scout project is a leadership project, and so I led the community building nights on December 12th and December 19th at Town Hall. Here are some pictures. The remaining steps for the project was to paint the boxes with a base coat and then host a community decoration party on December 30th. Geographical location was a concern when it came to the heat of the boxes, and because of our geographical location, we have to paint the boxes all a base coat of black. Here are pictures of the community decoration days at the Millerstown Library. All decoration supplies were donated by Plaid Paint representative Paul Sims. To finish the boxes, I first added roof shingles and hanging brackets on the back. And then I finalized the box placements with the help from the Conservation Commission, DPW, and Town Hall. The boxes were then hung by Millerstown staff member Paul Sims due to liability concerns on town property. Here are 3 of the boxes that were placed on town hall. They're right outside Mr. Jim McKay's office, actually. And for conservation best practices, each set of boxes is placed in groups of 3 with varying heights between each box. Here are the boxes at the transfer station. And here are the boxes at the village walking trail. Varied habitats for varied bats and food source. Here are the boxes at the old firehouse. Here is one of those boxes that was taken down just a few days ago. Each box has 4 chambers, if you can see in there.
Oh, yeah.
And each box can hold up to 200 bats per box. There is an attic up here underneath the shingles for each box, and it means the bats can go in between the 4 layers without having to come out where their predators are. All the insides of each box are completely scratched up and scored in order to let the bats climb onto them without having to use netting or something. This project took over 180 work hours to complete, and more than 40 people participated and contributed in some way. Going forwards, I'm volunteering for a summer rec class on June 10th to construct more boxes so that people can learn to do it themselves too. Special thanks to my mother, Mark Vecchi. Mark Vecchione, my scoutmaster, Mr. Jim McKay, my town sponsor, and Mr. Paul Sims, who helped in many, many essential ways. Thank you. Any questions?
Wow. I have to say, first of all, I think I'm going to take this video, we're going to give it to every professional presenter who comes before the town, because that was a magnificent job on all technical and oratory counts. You were really organized. Your slides were extremely legible, extremely compelling for their visual content. Wow, I'll vote for you, whatever you're running for. I think I indicated to you my question, which Mom knows was coming, is my family would like to sponsor your next round of boxes. So we would like to know at the point where you get that organized, if there's a way to do that, if you price them, and I understand you have to build them in lots of 4.
Yes.
And you place them in lots of 3. So in reality, I think I can do this math. I think in reality, before the saw hits, you're looking at a financial commitment that would enable you to produce 12 boxes. So at some point, if you can provide that menu of costs to us and indicate how people can sponsor a box,
Yes.
I would love to do that. If I'm here for decorating, I would love to do it. We have heard, and I do see our experts from our Board of Health, we have been told to anticipate not a dissimilar mosquito season from last year going into 2020. So to be so foresighted with your project is incredibly impressive. And if this is the type of leadership that is emerging from the Millis Public School System, then yay for us, as well as from the Scouts. So congratulations. I'm absolutely thrilled and blown away by your presentation. I look forward to sponsoring your next round of boxes.
Thank you very much.
How many bats are living there?
So each box actually can hold up to 200 bats.
How many are there?
Well, currently the boxes themselves are put out in the early winter, like we did, and in order to let them weather, because the bats will not occupy the boxes until all traces of humans have gone from them, and so they need to stay out the whole winter to get rid of all the chemical smells.
Since we didn't have winter, is it still going to do it? Do the trick?
It should still do it. We might have a late season for the bats, but generally speaking, they should still come, yes.
Well, good, because I understand that there's some problems around the world in terms of the health of these animals. And
Yes.
hopefully this will be a good way to help them to breed and keep them out of people's homes,
Indeed.
which, from personal experience, is not necessarily pleasant. Not because the bats aren't well-intentioned, it's the hosts don't love to see them flying around the rooms. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Congratulations, good job.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'll reiterate, it's an excellent job. I like the idea of the foresight you had. How did you happen to come up with the idea? Was it your own idea? Did you talk with other people and think about?
Sorry. I did talk with other people, but I kind of just looked at the current problems that were going on and what I could personally affect in my ability, and I thought that I could definitely make a difference in the town when it came to public safety with the mosquitoes. And so I thought this would be the best idea because also the bats need the conservation. The bat population was decimated by the white nose syndrome that I spoke about earlier. And because of that, it was the perfect balance of conservation and helping my community.
Well, I think it's outstanding what you did. I think it's also representative of the organization to which you belong and the level that you've achieved within that organization. So you should be very pleased with yourself, as should your family. But congratulations on that, and good luck as you move forward on this. And yes, keep us informed so we can all participate to whatever extent is possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to add that as somebody who spent time in executive search, Eagle Scout is the one credential that will never leave your resume. So all the other things, you will distance yourself from high school, your college degree will, and your college activities will be consolidated, your career will advance clearly in leadership of some realm, but Eagle Scout will never leave. So you're really to be congratulated, and you're a very impressive representative of our town. Is there anybody from the community who wants to add anything on his behalf? Everybody's smiling, though. So congratulations. We're thrilled about this, and we look forward to hearing more about your project.
Thank you all so much.
And also your ceremony.
Oh, yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
so keep us posted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, great job.
Thanks.
Wow. Woo. That was amazing. Should we do a photo? Do you need a photo for proof that this happened? Absolutely. Yeah, with the box. We should probably do that so we can. We're all into photos today. Anybody want to take a photo?
Oh, bring the box. May I use your?
Yeah, we need the box, yeah. I'll figure out how to get your,
Careful the cord. I was gonna say, yeah, that's heavier than I thought it was gonna be.
Why don't you set it on the,
Yeah,
set it
put it up.
on
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can see it.
can you balance it there?
All right, sir.
Yeah, don't put it.
Awesome. 1, 2. Good job.
Yeah, congratulations, Mom. Ah, thank you, tremendous, really tremendous. And I see you have a brother, a future Eagle Scout. Oh, yeah. I see him sitting there going, why did you do this too? All right, well, that was really good news. Let's have some more good news. Next up, Mr. Klockow has 2 agenda items, approval of a right-of-way and 2 change orders for the Clyde F. Brown School project. So I will invite him forward with whatever audio-visual he's bringing. You have the floor, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
You don't like to sit?
No, I don't tend to stay that long. Unfortunately, I don't have a large check to present
Or bat
or a
houses?
very impressive project to,
Well, I would say the school is a fairly impressive project.
well, it is. You're correct about that. Let's deal with the easement first.
Sure.
Because I think it goes with one of the change orders I want to talk about. Mr. Tom Roach developed a piece of property on Spring Street, the back of which abuts the lower soccer field. In the course of getting approval from the planning board, an easement was negotiated and granted for that land for use by the town because the part of that property adjoins the soccer field. Independent of that, the school building committee was intending to build a fence along the property line. And Mr. Roach informed us that we were not aware that the easement had been granted, so we walked the site together with Mr. Roach. We located a mutually agreeable position for the fence that we were going to construct anyhow, which now allows the town to use his land. And so town council prepared the document that I think you have in front of you, the amendment to quitclaim deed of easement, which reflects that agreement. It is the language of the town. It's been signed by Mr. Roach. There's a plot plan that depicts the approximate location where the fence will be. And I think the last thing to do is for this board to approve it and to file it with the Norfolk County Registry of Deeds.
How tall is the fence, and when does it get constructed, assuming this is?
It's a 4-foot fence.
Okay.
It'll be black, I believe powder coated, I'm not sure, I don't think it's vinyl coated. It's a 4-foot high black fence with gates as negotiated with Mr. Roach so that access can be granted in and out of that property. And it will be constructed this spring before Agostini's contract is completed at the end of May.
Any other questions of my colleagues?
Nope, I think this is just part of what we thought was going to happen, right? This
It is.
more of a
It is.
technical
It is.
item.
Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the amendment to the quitclaim deed of easement between Cornerstone Rock LLC and the town of Millis, granting the perpetual right-of-way and easement as indicated in the deed before us. Who's going to sign it?
Second.
To be signed by the members of the select board,
Yep.
Is that for the consideration of the $1?
of $1.
$1. So moved, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously, and if we have that document, we can send you off with it. Do we have it right here, or no?
We do.
Anyhow, in the meantime,
All right.
you're next up.
Well, you're not sending me off with
Yeah.
it.
Oh,
Somebody-
sorry.
Go to the,
Somebody
We'll
from
handle
the
it.
town will have to get it.
Sorry about that.
Addendum.
Sure.
But I think you do have the original
we do.
notarized copy there. So I have two change orders now to ask for your approval. They've both been passed by the Elementary School Building Committee at its meeting last week. And the first one deals with irrigation for that same soccer field. When the Clyde Brown School was demolished, we did not realize at the time that the water source for that irrigation came actually from that building. So when the building was demolished, so was the underground pipe, and so we needed, in order to restore the irrigation, provide water to a pump, electricity, a metal box similar to the one that we've already constructed at the opposite end of the current field here in the general area of the gazebo. It's a metal enclosure that can be locked. And so the cost to do all of that is before you in the amount of $76,861.77.
So I have a question, because water is such a hot issue in our town, and I would say nationally, and that is, will the irrigation system have a sensor that would shut off so it was not operating during, say, a rainstorm?
Don't know. The operation of all of the irrigation in town, including the one that we've already installed, the function is under the operation of the DPW. We have a local contractor, I think Paul Adams is the one who actually installs and maintains the irrigation at the direction of the DPW, so I think that's really a question for them.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I think it's certainly within the scope of the project. before us is because it exceeds the $50,000 threshold
That is correct.
that has to be approved by this board, and doesn't change the fact that, based upon the current projections, this project should be delivered certainly under budget. And this doesn't really affect that particular, I mean, it's a lot of money, but I mean, it's part of what we thought we were going to have to do in the first place.
That is correct. It is correct.
Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the Select Board approve change order number, is it going to be 137?
Actually, no, that's the PCO, or potential change order.
Okay.
I think this is the actual change order. I don't know that you have to refer to it by number.
Okay.
But I think that is actually number
Well,
27.
So it's the,
Number what?
I believe it's number 27, but I don't know that it's important that you
Okay.
refer to them.
so it'll
by number.
be change order to repair the existing Clyde Brown elementary irrigation system behind the old building in an amount of $76,861.77.
Second.
Is that seconded? I'm sorry.
I did second.
Okay, so moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Klockow, and you have another one, right?
I do.
Yep.
And so the next change order we have also exceeds the $50,000 authority of the Elementary School Building Committee. We reviewed this change order at our meeting last week, and it is for a booster pump on the domestic water system leading into the school. There is insufficient water pressure to make all of the water-using devices within the building function as intended. And those include the bubblers. They work, but they're at a very minimal pressure. There's a janitor closet that uses water and mixes their chemicals that require certain pressure, and we're within normal range, but below the optimum pressure in order to make that system functional. But most importantly, the bathrooms, the toilets with their flushometers require a certain pressure, and although these work at a lower pressure, and they functionally do work today and have been working since school started, they don't work as intended or as designed. We've looked at the water pressure in the town. We've looked at whether or not there are obstructions in the piping. We've tested for that. The conclusion is the water pressure that comes to this building is just at the lower end of what was designed, and so now we need to boost it in order to make the flushometers and the lavatories work, and all of the other equipment as I related. And that price is $71,939.53.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to augment a little bit Mr. Flacco's statement. Elementary School Building Committee worked with the school department for almost 7 months to see if there was an alternative solution here, just to make sure that the only option left to us is the pumping. And so we gauged this when the school's in full operation. It's been through a cycle of winter. So at this point, and as he indicated, certainly we've checked the number of items in terms of the inflow to the property, and this just seems to be the only solution that's left.
Right. Thank
So
you.
it was the last solution because it was going to require a change order.
Yep, thank you very much for that clarification.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would make a motion that the Select Board approve the change order to install a plumbing booster pump for the new Clyde Brown School in the amount of $71,939.53.
Second.
So moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Mr. Klockow, anything else?
No, that's quite enough. I understand Pickleball is a subject for later on in the meeting. I'm sure you'll let us know where you stand on that, and if there's anything that you'd like the elementary school building committee to do in relation to that. We'll be there to await your decision.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 049 requires the arrival of a guest to the table. I believe he is seated in the back. So, Mr. Gazinski, I'm going to let you take this. This is a presentation about adding to the menu of retirement plan options for our employees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe every member of the board has been provided with a packet of information. That is the one. Having to do, yes, with the SFR 457 plan. Just as a very brief background for the board, historically, the voluntary retirement investment options for municipal employees of Millis has been limited to the state program, which is fine, but it is somewhat limited in its options. Many, and I would say probably the majority of communities also offer additional retirement investment options and vehicles for its employees. Again, this is a totally voluntary retirement program at no cost to the town that employees decide at their own option to join and invest funds for their retirement. I've asked representatives of Bay State who we're working with on this, as well as some insurance products, and they'll be coming later before you to discuss those at a later meeting. But tonight, Kevin, I believe, is going to discuss these the 457 plans and what it would take to enact them with the town. He has had him and his associate Naomi have met with town officials a number of times in regards to this, and we are recommending that we move forward with these additional voluntary options for the employees. So I would ask Kevin here to talk a little bit about that.
Well, essentially what happens is the 457 town employees, oh, I'm sorry.
Microphone. There you go.
Town employees.
I'm sorry, could you introduce yourself?
Oh, my name is Kevin Daly, and I'm a
Daly.
financial advisor with Bay State Financial.
Thank you.
And essentially, the 457 town employees not employed by the school department only have the one funding option. So the SMART plan is offered by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a very reasonably priced plan for the employee who likes to do it themselves. What we find in a lot of the municipalities is that the participation rates are low because over time, people get nervous about doing it themselves and just don't take that initial step as opposed to being helped face-to-face, which is what Bay State Financial prides itself upon. So the Security Benefit 457 plan is a plan that offers many more funding options in addition to a face-to-face process with the employee. We actually sit down, review their pension plan, whether they're eligible for Social Security, and encourage them to invest in a 457 plan.
So the question I would have is where you're cycling through a variety of companies, usually these plans have a limited window of time, right, within which you can elect to make changes. Is that
No,
consistent?
the Security Benefit 457 is you can change at any time.
Okay.
Employees can enroll at any time,
Okay.
make changes in their contributions at any time, make changes in their allocations at any time.
And in terms of labor to the town, is this something that requires any coordination with our payroll system so that you have direct deposit or anything like that?
Well, there's certainly communication required with the town because it is payroll deducted. So there's a salary reduction agreement that has to be given to the payroll department, just like it would be with any 403B or existing SMART plan client. There's a little communication required by the town. Initially, there's a form that needs to be signed from Security Benefit. Security Benefit would need a copy of the plan, the existing 457 plan, because in a perfect world, you want to mirror the 457 plan that's in place exactly. For example, are there loans available? Is there a Roth option available, and they want to mirror that so the plan stays constant to what you currently have on file. The only thing that is changing is that there is now an additional option for the employees to participate in.
Is there a number of employees below which it is not financially feasible for your firm to offer this?
Security, according to security benefit, there are no restrictions. You don't need 5 employees to start. If there's an employee on board, the payroll deductions will start.
And have we already talked to other municipalities who work with this company and are satisfied with them?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Anybody?
Just so I make sure I understand, and it's more a question for the finance director, I suppose. The payroll deduction component here is not any particularly burdensome or onerous. What's happening is the employee decides to defer 5%, whatever the number is, of pay. That is deducted, and then that 5% deduction is forwarded to who?
Security benefit,
Then does the fund splits.
exactly, depending on how the contract was set up.
However the employee decides to invest his or her money.
Exactly.
So all we're doing is withholding, and obviously we make an adjustment in the taxability because it's a tax-favored plan. And any other administration is done by security benefits.
Exactly.
Including changes in fund mix.
Exactly.
Changes in contribution rates are going to have to go through payroll. But if somebody wants to get a loan or whatever they want to do with their plan, they go to you, not to us.
Exactly.
Okay. So it's
A
really-
plan administrator does have to sign off on a loan.
Well,
But again, what happened, again, once security gets, benefit gets the plan, for example, our loans currently available in the 457, does anybody, Mike, do you know?
I don't know.
Well, again, that would come out when we actually see the plan.
Yep,
So, for example, a security benefit, if the current plan allows loans, security benefit plan would allow loans. What would happen
you would
is,
administer it.
would administer the loan, but it does have to be signed off on by an administrator in the town.
But that's no additional burden on
No-
our,
None whatsoever.
is that true?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have conferred with the financial team, and they're quite comfortable that this will not have any significant impact on their operations.
And any counseling for an individual member about picking the investments from about 40 different options here is provided by you folks.
Exactly. Myself and Naomi Myhaver is my associate.
Thank you.
It sounds pretty clear to me in terms of basically no cost to the town. Administrative costs are pretty much borne by you in terms of the personnel and everything. This is similar to the 401Ks and other types of plans that others in private industry have available to them.
Well, exactly. I
Yeah,
mean,
so offering the town's employees or the school employees the opportunity to participate in a similar type of fund that they otherwise wouldn't have access to.
it's actually closer to the 403B that's offered on the school side,
Okay,
because the 401Ks are usually very competitively bid, and like, I work for a company that has a 401K.
right,
I don't have a choice of a 401K.
right, and your company does that, and I've
Exactly.
been involved with those. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to make it something that the rest of the community can understand. and-
Definitely.
Just one clarification, there are 401Ks that provide matching contributions by the
Yeah.
employer. That is not the case.
Oh, not the case at all.
Totally voluntary, and it's going to be employee only.
Exactly.
Employee pay all, I guess is the right.
Exactly.
And there are no loadings in it or anything else, so that's
No.
very good. Other than that, I really don't have any questions or concerns. The only concern I had earlier was when I asked about the town administrator efforts on his part of those of the town, and I'm satisfied that he feels confident this is fine to move forward on.
So are you looking for what from us?
So, Madam Chair, what we're seeking this evening is a vote from the board to authorize the 457 plan through Bay State, administered through Bay State, to be authorized to be used by employees of the town. So technically, we just need the board's authority to go ahead and add this as an option for employees.
Madam Chair?
Sure.
I make a motion that the board approve the offering of a 457 voluntary retirement plan with security benefit for the town employees.
Second.
Municipal employees.
Municipal.
So moved. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
you.
Take good
Thank
care of our employees.
Definitely will. Thank you so much for your
Keep
time.
labor to a minimum for our finance director, who is now going to step forward and present to us. Those of you who attended the fiscal year '21 budget hearing on January 8th, heard from a variety of town departments, but due to time, we were unable to complete the presentations by all. So seated before us is Carol Johnston. She is the Town Director of Finance, and she, in concert with Peter Germain and Michael Gazinski, are going to be now walking us through the executive, administrative, and financial budgets for the town. And we are only 5 minutes behind schedule, so we'll see what happens here. You have the floor, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the Finance Director Accounting Department, it is only level service funded. At this point, we didn't ask for any additional funding for this department. Everything is running very smoothly with the
Carol,
town.
could I ask you just to bring the mic a little
sure.
closer?
Okay.
She's soft-spoken, but
She is.
iron-willed.
Again, so for the Finance Director Accounting Department, this is level service funded. We haven't asked for any additional resources for the coming fiscal year 2021. The increase in salaries are contractual commitments by SEIU and my contract. So there are no additional fundings for this. Two projects that we are working on for FY21 and into 20 as well are the Munis project, which is the very large project that we have going with the municipal and school finance, combining them into one financial system. That's a really large and extensive project. It's a $123,000 grant from the state. Obviously, they thought it was important, and we do too. We're in the first stage of testing. We're right now in a holding pattern with Tyler Technologies. They ran into a couple of snags, and so they're trying to figure out what the situation is on their end before we can do the testing on the town and school side. But everything is still moving forward on that project. The funding for that project ends on December 30th, 2020, so we have a lot to do between getting the chart of accounts as the first step of it, getting that up and going so that by July 1st, we're all going to be using the same financial system. And then we'll be rolling out the purchase order system as well as the employee self-service package and some reporting tools that will be helpful for everybody. The second big project that we're working on is ClearGov. That should be completed, we're hoping, by the end of March this year. The town accountant has reached out to the ClearGov new representative, and so they'll be working together, getting everything up to date for the ClearGov system by the end of March. That's the plan. Right now, if you wanted to look at ClearGov, you could go onto the town website, click on the town finance icon that's there, and it would bring you over to the ClearGov. It has been updated for Select Board Chair Lauren Barnes, so you can see that if you pull it up. If you go through the information that's on there, there is a wealth of information, like I suggested last week, out there for you to see. A lot of the information is from the Census Bureau. There's also information from the Department of Secondary and Elementary Education. There is information from the town of Millis that, as I said, will be updated through by the end of March. We're hoping the audit report should be to us by the end of this week or next week for 2019, so we should be able to get that information up and going. As I said, the town accountants reached out, so she'll be working with the new representative from ClearGov to make sure everything gets loaded. One of the things I wanted to point out to everybody is that the open checkbook feature that we do have on, or part of our ClearGov, the other communities, if you scroll down to the bottom of that page, you'll see that they have similar communities to explore. None of these other communities currently use the open checkbook feature. We did check with ClearGov, and only 25% of the customers using ClearGov actually use the open checkbook
It's
feature.
nice to be in the vanguard.
Well, it's cutting edge. That's the way we like it,
the way we
We don't want to be the pipe cleaner, but we do want to be moving forward.
On that, I would like to just make it clear that from my perspective, I would like the ClearGov people to, once we get this thing straight, to come out here and do a training session for anybody who wants to get trained on it. The boards, I think we could offer it to, I would envision a training session, maybe an evening if possible, if the members of the Finance Committee or the School Committee or this Select Board or anybody wants to see a training session on the tool, I think that would be very, very helpful. And it's not a form of a meeting, it's just a training session. Now, if everybody comes, I suppose we have to post it and whatnot. But at some point, I'd like to see some kind of idea from them as about how they would train the public in general to use the tool, because a tool is only good as your ability to use it. And I think it's
Exactly.
going to have a tremendous amount of information, and we need to do the work that is required to get the training so that I don't mean you can't train these town employees too. That's not my point. I mean, I just think.
Oh, no, I agree with you.
It's intended to be something that citizens as well as boards can utilize to do some of their own what-if scenarios. So let's
Right.
just try to get that on the agenda at some point.
Definitely, definitely. I think it would be a useful tool for people, as you said, in the town as well as the townspeople,
Yes.
because when they want to compare, everyone always says, oh, this community, that community. It's only as good as the information that's put in, so you're not going to be able to see open checkbook for these other communities at this
Right.
point in time. But you can see, as I said, the information doesn't come strictly from the town. It comes from Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, the Census Bureau. There's a lot of other information that's pulled into for you to be able to do a comparison for different communities compared to Millis.
Yeah.
I have a question, so I'm looking at it right now. First of all, I have no ego about this. I don't need my name on it, especially
We
since
did it
it's misspelled.
specifically for you. We
No.
asked at noontime, and it was done at 12:10.
Well, it's misspelled. So 2018, this is a calendar year or a fiscal year?
It should be fiscal year information that's in the system. Right now, if you look at Open Checkbook, that information is only up through April 30th of 2018.
Right.
So we, as I said, the town accountant will be working with the ClearGov people to find out, how is the information loaded? When they're pulling it, we have to pull it out of our system, move it over to their system, and they're responsible to load it into ClearGov. We need to know exactly what it is that they need us to pull on our side, and then once it's uploaded, the town accountant will have to verify it before we want it published to the public.
Because what I'm looking at is total budgeted is 30 million, so we're definitely short a solid 5 to 6. So that's why I'm just trying to understand if it's calendar year or fiscal year. And maybe one of the things that we could do is make that really clear for the user as to
Right.
what it is.
When we post the information, it should be fiscal year, so we will make sure that information's on the website. As I
But
said.
comparative data is drawn from the DRS database, or the DOR database.
Right,
That's
well,
where the information comes from.
Right,
And if
right,
they're late in updating people,
right. So you'll see.
not Millis, but other towns.
Right.
then-
Right.
I don't mean
Or
they're
other
late,
towns.
or
Right.
other towns are somewhat slow in getting the data into them.
Right.
Right,
We're not creating the data. This is a
Right.
tool to grab the data and bring it to
Right.
somebody who can use it without having to slog through the DOR database. Which is
Exactly.
very comprehensive, but also, I
Right.
don't want to,
So-
it's better than it used to be, but it's still hard to manipulate.
Exactly. So if you, for instance, if you pull up the ClearGov, the first thing you're going to see is the demographic snapshot. And on that's from 2017 U.S. Census Bureau. So that information is old to begin with.
right.
The next thing that you would see is financial overview. That's the information coming from the town of Millis. That information is data through 2018. The next information is the education snapshot. So when you see that education snapshot, you have to actually click on the different links that are there so you can drill down to see what those numbers actually make up. That comes from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, or DESE as people refer to it. The next piece is state aid overview. That information is provided by the Massachusetts Department of Revenue, and that information is through 2017. The debt is the next item that you'll see, And that source is Massachusetts Department of Revenue, and that data is through 2018. This information I pulled today, just before the meeting, so I want people to realize that the information is out there, but they don't have 2019 information out there as of this point.
And is that because we haven't input it yet, or they haven't processed it?
No, that information is coming from the, Department of Revenue. That's
Okay.
information they have out there.
Okay.
All of our 2019 information, balance sheet, Schedule A, all of those things have been, in tax recap, all of those things have already been submitted and approved by the state, so that's already sitting on their side.
Does the format of this allow that type of disclaimer? I mean, I'm looking at data source, it talks about, like the DESI, as you said. Is there a way for us to explain that to people so that they don't have the same questions that I think anybody would in terms of debt? We have the school and things like that that aren't realized here.
I don't know. That's something that we'll have to ask ClearGov people. This is proprietary software, so it's not as if we can customize it for ourselves. But we certainly can ask them if they can put that information up there.
For those of you who are out there in Millis Cable, we have live action going on to our right. It is an attempt to reinstall the shade. So if the lighting changes somewhat,
It's not your set at home.
set, it's us. Can
Any
I
oth-
ask a question about the budget?
Sure.
The budget request, I'm trying to get a sense of the SEIU settlement numbers, because we signed that contract. Are there retroactive payments in here, or is this
So what happens,
a sustainable number, I guess? I mean, the 131,929 is the salaries clerical budget. That's
Right.
the members of the SEIU.
Yeah, exactly.
We signed a contract this year. Are there
Right.
makeup payments in this one, or is this the?
No, that is strictly, that's what your base is to pay the people for fiscal year '21. So that
So
includes.
the makeup payments, the retroactive payment was in the FY '20 budget.
FY '20 budget and the article. Remember?
Right, yep.
So when we budgeted, we only had 19 information to go on.
Yes.
That was accurate. So that's what we budgeted. When we made when the contract was actually executed, we made the retro payment to people, and that came out of the article.
Okay, but the 131,929, which is the salaries clerical.
Yes.
Is the new number based upon the contract and then whatever longevity steps are in there.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it includes the COLA and the step.
Okay,
And you'll see that in each of the departments. You'll see that in the assessors. You also see that in the treasurer collector's office as well.
thank you.
In terms of working with Hannah York, whose company, I apologize, I don't remember, are we now?
Clifton Larson Allen.
Thank you. Are we now done with that engagement? Because you have your town accountant, and you're now moving forward, executing the plan that she in part helped to put into place?
We are still using Clifton Larson Allen as the consultant for the Munis project. So there is a consulting piece, and that's part of that $123,000 grant from the state. So we are still working with that consultant and that firm, but we're not on the day-to-day business as far as my taking over the role and coming into municipal government.
Right, CLT was contracted to handle the chart of accounts for the Munis
Yes.
installation,
Right.
which is being paid for by the grant that we received from the
Exactly.
state. Yeah.
Exactly.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Any other comments, things that we should be aware of?
Nope, I didn't know if we wanted to touch upon the IT.
Oh, yeah, that's not,
Well, I
that's
thought you were
next.
going to do the assessor and the treasurer.
Oh,
sorry,
okay,
sorry,
sure.
yes, we
And
don't want to
then-
forget
and
them.
then IT.
They're very important.
Okay,
Repeat.
yes.
And then IT.
Make you last. So on the assessors department, we, again, it's level service funded. The changes, you'll see this, we had a change in the department head this year. So going forward, our new department head was brought in at a reduced rate. So we have a little bit of a savings there. But on the salaries clerical, we have the same situation that we have in the finance director office and all SEIU based employees have the same situation where it's the step and the COLA compounded by 2 years' worth of
So you see
change.
percentages higher than what would ordinarily make sense
Right.
because of those adjustments.
And I think that actually, from a policy perspective, is something that this board hopefully will look at in the future, because it did come up also with the police department, that when you're doing a contract, a union contract, and it rolls over to an extra fiscal year, you get a double hit of that increase. And it's really hard, I think.
Well, we would be delighted if unions would agree to the contracts on an
On a
on-time
timely
basis.
basis, yes.
Well, maybe we can do more to either incentivize that or enforce that, that maybe there's a process by which, if they started early enough, that there's not an automatic presumption of rollover if you can't get it done in time to act upon it on a timely basis. So, something to look at. I think that we might have town council
We
examine
can certainly
that.
discuss that.
Yep.
Some of that may be executive session
Yeah.
strategy material, but I do agree that when it does carry over beyond the fiscal year, it does create issues and problems in adjusting for that, and creates these ripple effects that you see further down the budget year.
Great in theory.
Yes.
So again, going back to the assessing department, so we have an increase in the map updating expense line. That is because the contract with Cartographics includes a provision for $15 per building add or change. That now, with all of the new construction that we have in town, we're going to have to be updating the maps for these things on different parcels. So we've added some money there to hopefully take care of that as it comes along for the Glen Ellen, as well as other projects that we have, multiple use areas. You'll see that the supplies and expenses line and the postage have been increased a little bit. This year, with the new assessor in place, we will be sending out new cards as the certain area. Once every 10 years, every property in town has to be reassessed. As part of that reassessment, cyclical inspections are done. So what we'll be doing, I'm not quite sure how well it was done in the past, we'll be sending out postcards to specific areas of town that will be having cyclical inspections done to be sure that we fall within that 10-year threshold. Also, anybody who has a permit, they'll be receiving one of these for the assessor to go and assess their property and any new sales. So that's just a little card identifying that the assessor will be in their particular area. Please call the office and we'll set up an appointment for you to be able to come in and do an interior and exterior assessment of your property. Also included in that increase in the supplies and expenses is when the assessor does go to the property and no one's home, they'll leave one of these door flyers on there to say, we were here, sorry we missed you, please call the office so we can come and make sure we get the inspection done. So
How did
that's
this,
the
how did
increase.
that differ from the assessments that just resulted in the property tax bills that everybody received?
So in the property tax bills that everybody received, out of 3,657 real estate bills, we received abatements for 50, which is 1.4% of all properties in town asked for an abatement. Of the 50 properties, as of today, 38 properties have been inspected by the new assessor. Now, let's give her a little bit of congratulations, kudos. She's only been here since January 1st, so today is March 2nd. I think she's doing a tremendous job. So we are on track. The abatement applications she'll be sitting with the Board of Assessors. They'll be reviewing those and making their determinations.
I think, I guess what I'm just trying to understand, we all think what we heard was the tax bill was a kind of perfect storm of two situations. One is the arrival of the debt, the full-borne debt of the school in its biggest
The largest part of the
largest
debt for the
part,
school. Right.
combined with some level of market assessment valuations, which I think by and large, went higher. So I guess what I'm trying to understand, I understand, I hear the distinction of interior versus not, but I think for purposes of the town, I think the town wants to understand, wait a second, I just had my property evaluated, and my property values went really high and theoretically to market conditions. So what is this in addition to that?
This is just the standard, as I said, the Department of Revenue expects that every property will be reassessed every 10 years. Now, in certain neighborhoods where you had substantial increases in sales last year and that drove pricing up, those neighborhoods would have seen an increase because it's based on actual sales. That's how the assessment value works. This is going out and making sure that if you have 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, it's in good condition. It's just updating your information in the system. It's supposed to be full and fair value assessed every single year. So this is just, somebody has to go out to your particular home once every 10 years to make sure that you're falling in the range that your property has been inspected.
Is it lawful for the town to conduct those inspections with some targeting of specific, either at-risk or of concern residences?
I am not sure. That would probably depend.
Certainly, any property in town can be inspected
Right.
at any point in time. If there's problem areas in town, you might want to bring that up with the assessor, and she could put that in her cyclical planning. The whole idea is that, of the 3,600 units that are out there, you to get it all done in 10 years, you have to do at least 360 a year. So we want to have a plan put in place so that we make sure that we meet the commitment, because this is a commitment to our residents as well. I mean, if we're not going out and making sure that everybody's valued full and fairly, then that's not fair to all the residents, because
Right.
everybody should bear their fair share of what the tax bill is, right?
So I would just ask, again, with discretion to town council, that perhaps the Board of Health should be consulted if, in fact, they have properties that are on their radar for whatever reasons that could, in fact, be at risk. We could be helping the homeowner by identifying some of those problems.
Oh, do you mean when the assessor goes out, should she report? Yes, for sure she will.
Okay.
Yes, you have a provision, you had already passed a bylaw regarding that, and she has been in touch with the Board of Health and with the building inspector as to
Okay.
what's the criteria for me that you need me to look for
Right.
when she goes out.
And the other thing I just wanted to mention with the assessor, Teresa Gonzalez, is that with respect to our property tax bills, she indicated that she brings knowledge of potentially other financial and financing options for people who are in a hardship situation for taxes. And
The
we had-
seniors?
Yes.
Right, so.
I just want to keep that on the agenda.
Right, so she's been researching that information. We're waiting, some of the things we have to find out whether or not they were already voted. Did the town of Millis already vote these provisions in? And when they voted them in, how did they vote them at the time? So it's going, she's working with the town clerk's office to get that information, and then we have other information available to us so that she can come up and, when she reviews what her suggestions are before the board, then you'll know at that time whether or not we are right where we're supposed to be, or is there some improvement we can do, or deferments or things like that. But she's well aware that she's going to be coming before you with some suggestions.
Okay, great.
Madam Chair, if I could ask a couple of questions. First one is, going back to the card that you have there about the assessment. Okay, tell me precisely how this is going to work.
So on these.
Everybody gets a quarterly tax bill.
Oh, this is not a quarterly tax
I understand
bill.
that.
Yeah.
So how is that going to relate to the quarterly tax bill that property owners receives?
This is totally independent of
So
the
they
quarterly
might get a
tax bill.
letter, this little thing
They're
here
going to
that
get,
says,
right, so
the
what.
good news is I'm here to reassess your home,
Right.
which might not necessarily be good news to everybody. So I think that I want to make sure I understand exactly how we're explaining to the community, which is similar to the issue we had with the tax bill coming out in December, It may well have been expected, but it wasn't, we didn't reinforce the message to folks. So my question is, similar to the explanation that we did for how do you calculate your taxes? Should we have a similar communication, either by mail, certainly on the website, to say, okay, here's how assessment is going to be happening over the next X, so that people are aware of it in advance? Now, I can only bring the horse to water, I can't make them drink, but I think if we're going to launch this kind of thing, we need to make a general announcement. I don't know whether it can be a stuffer in the tax bill, whether it can be something posted on the website, or both.
Yeah, I think we can definitely post this on the website. This just gives an explanation for property inspections. I don't know if the town
Yeah, but
administrator.
why are we doing this? I mean, that's the point.
Right.
And then,
Right.
like you explained, every 10 years, this
Right.
town has an obligation to go out and take a look at your
Right.
property to make sure we're evaluating it consistent with what your property actually is.
Mm-hmm.
And presumably what happens is you start to find the 3-bedroom home is really a 4-bedroom home,
Right,
and the 2 baths are really 2.5 baths.
right.
Well, that means that the property valuation is going to go up. So, and I don't know, I mean, somebody could have blown out some walls, and now the 3-bedroom house is a 2-bedroom house.
Well, I think that
I mean,
it's
it all
based on
sounds fine.
square,
I'm not
it's
against
based
it.
on
I just
square
want
footage,
people
I
to
think.
understand what we're trying to do here.
Right. So what we can do is make sure, we do have things on the assessor's page right now that explains you and your tax bill and what assessing means. So there are things on the website right now. We can certainly try to make it a little more easier to understand for some people.
Yep.
If that's what you're looking for. So this card's not going to go out to every single person.
I understand.
It's only going to be to the areas that are going to be inspected at a certain period of time.
Okay, well, I just want to, I think a general communication's important,
Mm-hmm.
because we still have how do you calculate your tax on the website, saying this is how you do it.
Oh, yes,
And there's a
yes.
component in there that says we take the assessment and we multiply it by whatever we multiply it by.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is now saying, what about the assessment? How is that looked at?
Right. And that.
And to my
yeah.
colleague's point, there were a lot of homes that were reassessed based upon a general view of the market.
With
This
the
is
sales
taking
information.
the general and making it more specific
Exactly.
about the nature of your property.
Right.
Okay, so I think we need to explain that.
Okay.
And explain the way I would, I would say it. I'm sure my colleague would say, we've got to communicate it in a way that folks can actually understand it. Here it is. And if you get one of these cards, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're trying to accomplish with it.
Right. Okay.
Madam Chair, as a follow-up to what my colleague, Mr. McCaffrey, was saying, it might be useful if on the card there are also reference points, whether it's phone numbers, you can call so-and-so.
Yeah,
And a website address if you want to follow up with that and
Let me,
get a better
let me
information.
show
Yeah,
you
we're
what
not
these are.
aware of what the card
Because-
is.
I think that this will make it a little bit clearer.
Yeah, this one makes sense, that's good.
So there is there is an email address and there is a phone number.
Right. And just for consistency, so you're aware, www.millisma.gov is now operational.
Oh, excellent.
To be consistent with emails.
So, you have consistency throughout.
I have a question about offsetting the cost of mailings and also improving communication. Is there, again, I'm sure there's legal issues, but is within whatever the base rate of postage is, so 48 cents or whatever, is there an opportunity perhaps for community groups to enclose a little calendar, a bulletin, something like that, and maybe for which there is a policy, but it seems to me if we're sending mailings and sending bills, seems to me an opportunity for more communication about perhaps broader topics, and I'm just wondering if you have thought about a policy in that respect.
You know, I don't know. That's something that we'd have to investigate on that. I'm not sure what you can and cannot put in a tax mailing. I know I don't receive anything in my town when they're doing that. Water sewer bill might come, but all you're going to get is what's happening at the water plant or something. But as far as
Gale Force winds.
I'm not sure. On this particular item, it's just going to be a label with a stamp on it. That's a postcard, so it's a lot less expensive to mail than an envelope. But that's, it's something we can investigate.
Madam Chair, I do
Yep.
have one quick question. In the financials that you presented, I don't see anything, say, for the vision system or something like that. Are you putting that into the finance department or
It goes under the IT budget?
strictly under the IT
Right.
budget?
Right.
I can see a bigger IT budget coming to the town. Okay.
That is traditionally how Millis has always handled it, that all of the IT software, the rest of that falls under the IT or data processing department.
Yeah, it's
So-
something we need to think about because the departments ought to be aware of what they are individually costing the town for the various types of stuff.
In this particular case with the vision, anything to do with the assessor's office, the assessor's the one who gets the information, so they're well aware of it.
Good.
The treasurer's office, they're aware of it. My office, the accounting department, we're aware of it, so.
Fine, thank you.
Question from the floor?
I don't know if it's so much a...
You
Joyce
are?
Boyardi, 206 Orchard Street. I don't know so much it's a question, but maybe a suggestion. Because taxes have gone up and reassessments have gone up, and everybody's already kind of, oh my God, the sky is falling, which for a lot of people it is. For this assessment that's going out, the mailing, if it can be somehow explained in it that it has nothing to do with present assessment of town taxing, and that this is unfortunately, the timing is bad, but it's a 10-year process, and that it's totally separate, and maybe let people know your taxes may be changed, they may go down, but it's something that needs, you know,
Some people's taxes more than likely will go down.
Right.
Some will go up. It's just a factor of what is the value of your particular property, the full and fair value of your property at the time.
Correct, and I understand that, but sitting back there, being the layperson, not knowing everything and not being privy of how things are done, my first reaction was, oh, more taxes, more assessments, more invasion, more, you know. So it's just I mean, I know you wouldn't, anyone here would do it so that it was frightening, but I think that people need to be somehow in that little blurb that you send out, just say this has nothing to do with the town's assessment and taxes, that this is mandated. And then somehow say, your taxes may go down, your taxes, you know.
Well, I think that the assessments are done based on what the Department of Revenue requires. How the sales for this particular year, 2019, that will set what the values are for certain areas of town that may
Right.
be a little bit different than they are now.
Right.
But it's all based on what the DOR requires us to do as part of the assessment. There's no, oh, we're going to do it this way or that way.
No, what I'm just
Right.
saying is that
Right.
somehow have it more informational for the townspeople who will be getting assessed, so that they're not having that knee-jerk reaction.
Right.
That's
So
all mine.
again, I would ask that everybody, anyone who is concerned, they can call the assessor's office. And please, my way of communicating is on the assessor's webpage. So just go to the assessor's webpage. If the information's not there that you're looking for, please give us a call, and we will.
Maybe in that card, though, you could do that, because not everybody is computer savvy. Not everybody's computer knowledge. That's all I'm just saying. If we could just somehow in that card give the
So
information.
on the card, it does have that information on there.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Since
that's
I didn't
the-
see it, I'm
It
just-
has the phone number, the email address, so,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you.
And please stop by. We're open till 7:30 every Monday evening. Anyone who has questions can please call. We'll set up an appointment. We'll talk things through with them.
And she is very user-friendly.
Are there any other questions with this specific budget?
Just one quick comment so that you understand, are aware. You also have the address assessor@millisma.gov or millis.assessor@millisma.gov
Oh, good.
available.
Okay. Thank
as
you.
of about a minute and a half ago.
Okay.
So in light of the fact that you came within your department budget with a massive surprise and prospect of potentially new taxes, we've run against the clock. So what I'm going to do is, with the consent of my colleagues, is I'm going to ask if we could put the IT budget and executive office budget on, in suspended animation so that we can jump to, we have some professionals who are sitting here from outside of the town. So I think what we should probably do, I know you're not looking at
think
me
I'm
like you're happy, but it's not that you're not important, but I'm looking at lawyers and consultants, and we've run against the clock. So what I'd
That's
like to
okay.
do is.
What time would
bring
you
it
like me to come back, and we can continue this?
Rolling the day, I would say, we'll text you. I guess, can we do that?
20 minutes.
We can go get her.
20 minutes? I doubt it.
We text you, Carol?
Yeah,
45
No,
4:30
you can't.
probably.
I never have my cell phone on, you cannot
No,
text me.
she's not a texter.
4:30?
Do we already do treasurer
We'll come get you.
No, that's
No.
next.
We've got two more
No, we have a lot.
It's the same thing, there's not, the only thing in treasurer collector are the tax title
Right.
attorney. That's the
That-
only,
right.
the other.
Yeah, I
the
just
only-
I don't want to rush them, and we have some meaty stuff coming up, and I just want to make sure you're given the full spotlight. So I think it makes sense to just, to jump the agenda and bring up Jay Tallerman to discuss sewer. That would be my recommendation. Yes, no, yes? If not, we're going to hold them over for like
Do
an
I
hour,
leave?
I
I was
think.
going to say, that was.
On the
Mr.
basis, this was a
Kaczynski's
lot longer than what
recommendation
we
as well.
expect, and that was Michael's.
It's actually Mike's recommendation.
Yeah.
Pardon?
It was Mike's recommendation.
And then he left,
He will be right back.
so it's fine.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay.
All right.
That's all right.
We're going to,
When you come back, I'd like you to talk a little bit about consolidating this budget to one finance budget for next year.
Consolidated budget to one finance.
Correct,
One finance department?
correct.
Okay.
Think about it, and I'd like to hear about that, because that's what's really going on here.
Sewer, I think sure is.
all right, I'm going to jump to Agenda Item 054 with the indulgence of all concerned. I'm sorry, 053, which is a sewer bylaw and policy discussion, for which we have Town Council Jay Tallerman, Bob Weiss, our Energy and Sustainability Director, and Jim McKay, our Director of the DPW. To orient this conversation, there has been a lot in the public domain and several hours of discussion by this board with respect to the situation where the community of ratepayers for the sewer are being adversely impacted by the fact that there is a large percentage of eligible sewer contributors and sewer users who have elected to, up to this point, to not hook up. And there's large implications of this insofar as our access to sewer use. And in fact, we have determined by all allowable formulas that Millis is in fact at sewer capacity level. And so we now have to tackle a menu of potential solutions to include the presentation that Mr. McKay is going to make today. So I want to acknowledge everybody who's seated for us, and you have the floor, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief. We're not going to as you just stated, we're not going to rehash everything we rehashed in the past 3 months. The Select Board charged us to come up with a new plan or a new direction of the way we're going to handle the sewer extension permits. And at several different meetings with Town Council and the Charles River Pollution District, we met. And again, with Mr. Weiss, we came up with a form, a letter of some recommendations that I feel and Mr. Weiss also feels is attributed. I think that Town Council will go first. He has a bylaw suggestion. I think that Mr. Jermaine had a good input on this bylaw. So I would let the both of them speak at this time on the first on the bylaw, which I would think the bylaw would have to go to town meeting, if I'm not mistaken, for a vote.
True.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Jay Tallerman, Town Council. So we were tasked with working with Jim, working with Bob, working with Pete, Mike, everyone on figuring out various ways how we approach the situation of coming to capacity and how that affects future growth both positively and negatively, and how does our sewer capacity function within those types of issues, whether it's housing, economic development, environment, or otherwise. One of the bones of contention along those lines is that despite the fact that there's some clarity in the language of our contract with Charles River regarding what sewer capacity is attributed to us, they are still stuck with having to count committed sewer but not actual sewer. The difference being that committed sewer requires a reservation of more gallons than the way actual sewer works out, which, so once properties go online, we actually gain gallons back. It seems somewhat counterintuitive. Someone's not using their line, and then when they start using it, we actually are benefit and get more gallons back, and that is because the state builds into a certain amount of conservatism in those projections, and these are old projections that have been around for as long as I've been doing this business, and Jim as well, I'm sure. So with advancements, you'd think technology would follow to reduce that yield, but most sewer districts such as the Charles River still use the old data of 110 gallons per bedroom per day. So what we did, one of the strategies that we thought about in addition to some additional strategies to get Charles River comfortable with a notion that that we're trying to work towards what is our actual gallonage to free up gallons when we need it, and also to be able to say no to people when we've committed gallonage elsewhere. One of those strategies is to implement what many towns do, and that is have a mandatory sewer connection bylaw. In fact, doing some further looking at it last week, I'd say there's probably more towns that have sewer that have a mandatory connection in one way, shape, or form than don't. And it seems a little draconian because people say, well, I've got a perfectly fine septic system. Why would I want to connect to sewer? Originally, when towns started doing these bylaws, it was for the environmental purposes only because we weren't really faced with capacity issues. It was we were faced with decisions to phase out failing septic systems that impact the environment and to go to more sewer. So there is that benefit in addition to the gallonage issues that we've talked about. So what I did after being tasked with working on a bylaw is I went to a few towns that I represent that have some sewer connection bylaws and even a few others that I don't represent, and I wanted to get to kind of a short and sweet bylaw. There are some that are more lengthy, but I wanted to get to one that would require people to connect, but have some exemption process for the right circumstances, and to have some mechanisms that would help us actually enforce the bylaw. So a pretty simplified, stripped-down version of it. And I believe it's been provided to you. Pete's made some comments on it, but it's a pretty straightforward bylaw, requires a connection. I put it in as 6 months. I've seen some towns use a year. I've seen some towns use 5 years. I put in 6 months because I see that most commonly. I think that could be discussed. Then the way that you actually enforce that is by being able to compel someone through the judicial process, the court process, or through fines. So that is the next section. And then the third section is to give 2 sets of exemptions. One would be if within the last year or two you did a brand new septic system, undoubtedly at fairly significant cost, you'd be given a bit more of a grace period, and then having a financial hardship section, because a sewer connection doesn't come for free. Even if you paid a betterment, there is still a significant cost to it. So I opened up a process whereby someone could come to the selectmen and demonstrate a fiscal hardship that would get them a short extension from the board. And then obviously there's a fourth section which allows you to adopt regulations to help implement this and develop standards and fee schedules and all of that other stuff. But that's it in a nutshell. That's only one part of the strategy that Jim and I and Mike and Bob and everyone else have been working on, but this would, if we could compel, what do we have, about 40,000 gallons
Yes.
per day, approximately, that is kind of on the street, that if we got people connect, then that becomes closer to 20,000 gallons when we start calculating, and that'd be some nice gallonage to put in our pocket and put towards a project that would really help us out. So, and also protect the environment for some of these areas in town where we'd like to move from septic to sewer as well. So I'm happy to answer questions on that, and I'm obviously happy to.
I'd like to make a couple
contribute.
of comments,
Sure.
if I may. One of the issues we did talk about was on resale of a home.
Right.
If they hadn't connected, that would be a precondition for the resale of the home. And I think that's something we have to work in to the process. I've talked with others. It seems that that's not uncommon to have.
It's difficult to manage, however, so.
Not suggesting otherwise,
yeah.
I'm just saying, if it's understood going in, then at least it's one of the options that's
Right.
there. It's something that we did discuss. Another has to do with what I'll call the cooperative effort with the Charles River Pollution Control District. And they were very amenable to working with us in many ways if we work with them. In other words, if we help in continuing our efforts in I&I infiltration and inflow, if we continue to work with them in working out ways in which we're connecting, monitoring, and overall managing the process and so on, they understand that we may at times exceed the levels that were permitted technically in terms of theory, but not actually, because we aren't actually dumping that in. And there seemed to be some latitude that they understood for short periods. If they were informed and we all understood where we were headed, it would give us the option to move ahead. It's a risk. We're assuming a risk. They know that, but it looked and sounded to me like there was a cooperative attitude there to work with.
Yeah, and although nothing's written in stone, but I think the one thing that Jim and I took away from that meeting that we had with them is that if there's a project that we absolutely love that was coming forward, and it might, on paper, cause an issue with our reserved gallonage, but even if not in actuality, that we should have that conversation with them.
Yes.
That conversation will be aided, and some relief might be more forthcoming if we continue to advance the ball on I&I and develop common sense bylaws like this bylaw, where we're encouraging connections along the way.
Exactly. I just wanted to make sure it was out there on the table as some of the discussion items and things that,
Notwithstanding the risk and notwithstanding, there'll be no formal, I doubt
Right.
we'll see anything formal from Charles River in that
we're
regard.
not looking at anything formal. By the same token, as opposed to hard and fast rules, it's a mutual understanding that we keep each other informed. It's not a surprise, and we know where we're headed. We also understand our risk, and we have to make some decisions as a community accordingly, but one that if we keep people informed, probably we can move ourselves forward. Thank you.
I just want to know, before we get the town into the business of loans, I'm wondering if there is something in the realm of Mass Save, and maybe this question is directed to Bob, with respect to financing, so that if we put forth a bylaw, is there some sort of an incentive-based program offered, maybe through the state, similar idea, that would be a resource for people who are in a position of being told you have to finance something you weren't prepared to finance? I just didn't know if anybody knew.
There's been some discussion, and I'll defer to Bob, of course, on things that he might be hearing from the state in terms of programs where we're just facilitating, and that exists in other contexts, including septic loans, where we're facilitating some type of subsidy for these things. I would stress pretty strongly, you probably don't want to get involved in a formal process whereby we are the lender. I think there's also some mass constitutional issues involving that are a little bit difficult under the anti-aid amendment, but the town serving as the lender itself is probably not a place where we want to be, that we may have rights as kind of the administrator of a state program or some other program, which we already can participate in through septic loans and otherwise. It might be okay, but you'd need a significant amount of bandwidth to take on the responsibility as essentially a mortgagee in these situations. It'd be difficult to ramp up on that.
Any other comments or questions?
I have a question or two. My first question is with respect to what this model is to say, okay, if you exceed the limitation of the time to hook up, then we're going to fine you per day.
Potentially. I mean, doesn't happen. You actually have to affirmatively do those fines.
It's a penalty.
Correct.
A financial penalty.
Correct.
What, is it possible instead of that to say, if you don't sign up in 6 months, you lose your right to sign up?
So it would depend upon how your right accrues?
Well, I have a right, the accrued right for those who sit beside a sewer main that the town built and they paid for with their betterment charge.
Right. So, no, we can't take that away.
So we can't take that away.
We cannot take that away. Whether it be by payment of betterment or having property adjacent
right.
to, if you didn't pay a betterment and there was no capacity, but the sewer was in your street, then you don't automatically get it.
Well, that's a different category.
That's a different category.
We have some of that going on.
If you paid a betterment, you definitely accrued a right. Now, one thing that we had discussed previously that one of my towns has done is adopt a capacity buyback program. That town does it with vacant land, where people paid betterments on vacant land.
Yep.
But the same thing could potentially apply for improved land as well, where someone for essentially if the town wanted to buy back the amount that they've already paid on a betterment, that we would reclaim that and they'd be relinquishing their rights to that. Now, I think that would be, if I was a homeowner and I had a home, I'd think twice about it, given the value of it, but money is money, and it has some benefit. That would require a special act, so we could do it that way through the town meeting process, and then our local legislators would process it from there. It's possible, the state would likely approve it, but that's a way to do it. But just unilaterally acting to take that away would be, I'm not aware of a mechanism to do that.
Well, is there a way to condition it then, to say, all right, look, you didn't sign up, you retain the right to petition us to hook up if we have the capacity to take you?
So there is a process that I speak of here in terms of enforcement. We're not just limited to fining people.
Yeah.
If Joe homeowner decided not to hook up and we didn't want to go through the exercise of issuing a daily ticket, I put in here that we could also do enforcement equitably, where we would go to court and try and enforce.
Go to court to do that.
To force someone. Now, I've done that before, and the courts say, look, you got a bylaw, there are cases on point, and if someone still doesn't hook up there for whatever reason, then maybe we could seek judicial intervention whereby the court would issue a decree where someone is relinquishing it. And maybe that might be a way of the parties agreeing rather than facing an equitable order that would cost them a lot of money.
Certainly messy.
It is not, yes.
And the issue, of course, is that we are trying to free up capacity today. If we have somebody who hasn't hooked up for 6 months and we've decided we're going to charge them a fine of $10 a day, that doesn't free up the capacity until such time as they actually hook up. Well, if I get you off the rolls, then I save 110 gallons a day per bedroom.
About half
If
of
I
that,
get you
right.
on the rolls, then I save 50 gallons a day.
Correct.
So ideally, I'd like to save the 100, because you sitting there as a homeowner are blocking basically the folks down the street, to be perfectly blunt about it. Is there a way to impose a sewer charge, the unused capacity charge, for people who haven't signed up?
Bingo. I think that's in your language there.
So we're going to we have thought of doing that.
Yes.
Yes.
So if it's costing us, I don't know, 50 gallons a day,
There's a formula that Charles River has, a formula of what we, on that standby cost that we're paying for that.
okay.
So they have that. And I think Mr. Jermaine wrote it in 2 sentences in his email, that we would charge after.
We have that email?
Yeah, I don't,
No, that's
I
not.
don't know what we're
I
talking
sent it
about.
to
Uh,
town administrator.
Yeah, and Jim has it, but
apologize.
since,
Yeah, so I thought you had
you
it.
originally had it, Pete asked me not to
Well,
forward it, but it
Because it was
Withdrawn from the public record.
was
From the last
withdrawn,
packet.
yes.
I'll propose it for him. And actually, we discussed this with Charles River here the other night, that there is a certain amount that they charge us for the standby.
Right.
What we're not using every day or treated, and they know that. And I believe the sentence states that the person that has a 4-bedroom would pay 4 times 110 for that standby gallonages, per their breakdown of what that cost would be.
So one way to do it, instead of the fine, is to actually charge them for the service. They have a right, the sewer line's in front of their house, and they have a right to that, and they have a right to hook up.
Yep.
And we have the right to charge them for unused capacity.
And
They're not hooked up.
because of the ratepayers have paid 20% of
Well,
that.
I know what the rationale is.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get at
Yeah.
something
I
that's a
think-
little bit more,
So that would be in lieu of a fine then?
Right.
Right, and that's.
Or that would be the fine, more
In
or less?
essence, we'd have to, there's a fine. When you and I talked about it, Jay, we discussed it in terms of they would pay that, but we couldn't call it a fee. It is not a fee, it's a fine.
all right.
And if we talk of it in terms of a fine, in essence, what you're saying is you're still fining them for not having hooked up. But your fine now is based on what it's costing us for not having had them
Well, it
hooked
could
up.
end up to be $10 a day. I mean, could be
Whatever
the
it
same
is,
amount.
it works out in much the same way. So, yeah, it's a fine, and that was the key that I took away from our discussion. As
Yeah.
long as we keep it in the area of a fine,
Okay.
then we're okay, but that's the verbiage that.
And the last question I have is with respect to those who abut a sewer line that somebody else paid for. Like everybody on Orchard Street, for example, because that was built, and same thing with the Spring Street extension. I mean, things that were paid for either by a developer or by the water system or the sewer system.
Or by general taxation. I mean, some towns choose not to do a betterment and spread the cost.
Well, in our case,
Right.
betterments have always been the way to do it.
Right.
But in our case, we have sewer lines abutting people's property
Right.
that
no betterment.
they didn't pay for. No betterment paid.
Right, so under the law, they have a right to connect, but that right to connect is conditioned upon capacity. So someone who
now-
hasn't paid a betterment hasn't accrued essentially what you would consider to be a property right to
Okay.
connect versus someone who has a right to connect as a matter of law because it runs in front of their house. But if there's no actual capacity, the sewer commissioners could say no to that connection.
So I guess then the question is, can we then free up that capacity?
So I
Let's
think.
just say, I don't want to do a specific street.
No,
because
so
that
I
gets
think
people all
we're
agitated.
chasing that state law that says that they have a right to connect. So that right to connect is subject to capacity, but I'm not sure we could take that right away because that's a right that accrues under state law. It's not a property right that's more tangible because they actually paid something in exchange for it. So there was essentially a contracted right with the town.
But they didn't pay anything.
They didn't pay anything, but the state law says that if sewer runs in front of your house, you have the right to connect, subject to capacity.
So as I understand it, the fine is incentive, it's an inducement to hooking up, right? Because you're going to be paying for something that you could benefit from anyhow. However, it doesn't change the capacity reality until people are using it, correct?
No, it doesn't, but I think even in the breach, and ultimately, the goal is to get them hooked up.
Right.
So it is important, both environmentally and from a raw gallonage standpoint, to get them hooked up. But if, as Pete said, we have a project that would technically take us over our capacity, our committed capacity, and one of the differences when Charles River comes to us and says, okay, you've now committed in excess of what is in your contract, what have you been doing lately to try and move this forward? And we say, this is what we have. We've got 4 more months before we're, can get these people online, and we're following through on that. Here's our level of due diligence, and we throw that in with some enhanced I&I, other environmental efforts that we're doing in conservation areas, and we would hope that they would hold some on paper exceedance in abeyance, pending that. So it's all part of the process of being good stewards of the system, and we would hope that they would see it our way a little bit if that
One of the things,
transpired.
if I might, Trude, is that Charles River is amenable up to the point that if we had, for example, a big storm, and it dumped a significant amount of excess into the system that caused us to exceed our actual, then they've got a real problem. But we all understand that, and we have to take that into consideration regardless of how we move forward on something like that.
So I asked specifically, was there a roll the dice formula, right? Because the big debate is whether or not what's on paper and what is irrefutable, and what our director of DPW was telling us for probably 6 months, and what we asked Charles River Pollution Control District to affirm, basically because we were being, challenged by developers, was this is the formula, and based on the formula, Millis is at capacity. So we're looking for a strategy where we can both induce more hookups, but in the meantime, and before us is a bylaw draft and discussion from a policy perspective on a fine, but we also have an immediate proposal that's been proffered to us by both Bob Weiss and Jim McKay, and I don't know if you've seen it. It's called the Draft Policy for Sewer Extension Applications. It's essentially an immediate response letter that would heretofore go out to any developer who comes to the town who says, I'm interested in developing, and it's written here, I'm not going to read it aloud, but it basically says, if you have a requirement for sewer discharge, you have to follow or show the following remediation steps within the span of your development proposal. It seems to me what would be most reasonable here, I would propose to my colleagues, is that we look at this particular tool to try and implement it immediately if people are in agreement with it, and then we look at the bylaw proposal for some substantive discussion where we weigh fines and inducements and things like that. I just feel like that's a lot to tackle today, and I feel like what we need most is this immediate tool. But I'm going to look at you
Sure,
and say, if you can tell me no.
We can go through this letter quickly.
Yeah.
At the last discussion we had, we were, charged with don't use the word moratorium.
That's correct.
So Bob went, and he went to the library, and he looked up moratorium and found out there was no other word for moratorium.
Yes.
It's all by itself. And, so we wrestled with that. And the more and more I thought of it, I keep on thinking like, we are at the moratorium stage, blah, 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 blah. And then I was driving home, and I looked at my car, and, the thing came on, you have 42 gallons. The light comes on, and you're at 42 gallons. So, we're like right there. And then as you go and you fill up the tank.
42 gallons in your car?
Well,
Yeah.
42 miles.
42 miles and 100
Oh,
to
yeah.
drive.
Yeah, before
We
you
know
go.
what you meant.
So when you go fill it up, it's like, and that's how we came up with these analyses of what we can do. You already have it, your tool of turning anybody down for any water or sewer connection. It's in the water and sewer guidelines. It says that there's a water and sewer extension permit that you've approved, just as we did the other night. You ask, me, you ask the DPW, is there a capacity? What's the issue? I report to you, say that, yes, we can accept this. It's in our calculations. So we don't have to use the word moratorium because you already have it in your guidelines. But looking at the guidelines, and I've been working on these for the past 3 years, the guidelines were updated in 2007. I've looked at, I'm actually just on the finished draft stage of them with GCG that I just received the other day to update them to, not just water, not just sewer, but water also. And there's some significant changes in them. My question to town council, I don't know if these have to go to, these major changes that we're requesting in the water and sewer guidelines. I don't know if they're a bylaw.
Well, I'd have to see them.
Yes, I'd have to show
So
you.
That's first, but generally speaking, no.
Okay, that would
So-
be for the board just
Right.
to have a public
As-
hearing.
As long as the scope of their discretion under our bylaw and the state law allows for a set of factors when deciding on these things, and it's a reasonably adopted set of factors in deciding on any extensions or new capacity requests, then it probably doesn't have to go to a bylaw, but we'll take a look at it for sure.
So I'll let Bob go over the letter. I mean, briefly, this is what we came up with. And I think that it addresses most of what was discussed in the past several meetings.
So my colleagues here.
Take the microphone.
Really.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm
Thank
usually
you.
standing over there. So my colleagues have really taken on the nitty-gritty of vetting the situation and the solutions. My job really was just, once they get done with all this, take a look at the big picture. And wanted to give developers, as the economic development director and the planner, this is my concern. This, of course, this development going on in the town, and I want to make sure that developers had the ability to take first a quick look at our sewer situation, because we don't know what exactly their needs are going to be in terms of sewer, and we don't always know what our sewer capacity at any point in the future is going to be. So this statement was something that was going to be placed on should be placed on our website, or as Madam Chairman just suggested, perhaps sending out a letter to the developers. But it just, basically in the first sentence says, we cannot guarantee that the Millis is currently in excess of its capacity, which is stating the current situation as we know it. And we cannot guarantee services to new real estate developments. But that the town is prepared to work with people. We have all the resources that are available to us, and we can work with developers to make sure that their development works, whether it's through our own sewer capacity or some alternative form. That's pretty simple. And that, as Mr. McKay pointed out, we point them onto the guidelines that the town has. And a little bit more detail about what the situation is. But basically, to let them know that we're going to work with them to make sure that they can indeed place their development here one way or the other. I guess it would be a matter of cost, matter of their own personal capacity to handle this. But basically, so a developer looks at the town and says, okay, we can at least work with the town. That's really the whole thing.
So our town council hasn't had an opportunity to review this, though, correct?
Not yet.
Okay, so, because I see the one ambiguity that jumps out at me is new real estate developments of significant size. So I think we would want to identify what significant size is, because there's too much opportunity for interpretation there.
We discussed that. We felt
Yeah.
between 3 to 5.
So this is what, I don't know how you feel. I feel like there's a lot here that now we actually have something that's tangible, but I'm not sure that I feel comfortable for myself kind of taking action on one thing or the other, because we know we're going to have to change this, and town council has an opportunity to review it, and we wouldn't be seeing any new development prospects before our meeting on March 16th. So I'm wondering what everybody feels about taking this under advisement, asking any questions of town council, and then moving this forward for the 16th.
Well, I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask at this point.
Yep.
And the first one relates to developers who have essentially reserved capacity but have not yet built. And, you know, the larger the development, the more phase-in we're going to see, even in their plan. Is it possible or advisable, if we grant a developer a sewer permit, to put a sunset on it? So if you don't build within 5 years, 2 years, 8 years, whatever it is, then you lose the capacity.
We definitely can do that, but I can say that any development, because there are not so many in large scale, everybody has complied within a 5-year, other than what we don't know, you know, the unknown about Toll Brothers.
Well, we don't have a known about the assisted living facility either.
But it's still within a year, and we know that they're moving forward, that they're starting to look into permits.
I'm not trying to point fingers at
Yeah,
anybody, but
no.
I mean, it's releasing, the problem with this approach is it delays the release of unused capacity, in my opinion, because you're not going to go to somebody and say on Thursday, the fine starts running, and if you don't do something, we're going to, put a lien on your house. I mean, it just doesn't going to work that way. I'm not sure there's any alternative, but at this point, I want to make sure that we've looked at alternatives. If an alternative is, contingent closure, then, again, Jim, the point is to get the developer to build and hook up, because every person that hooks up, we save half or at least 30 to 40% of the capacity.
Correct. So we can look into, I think Bellingham already has that, Sunshine. We can look into what Bellingham has, and we'll bring that back.
It could well inhibit development, I don't know, but it's just another question.
As long as, we do all kinds of things in other land use permits where we have sunsets, whether it's a regular subdivision, which normally is 2 years to do all the infrastructure work, or other sunsets on other types of permits, whether they be conservation or otherwise. And I don't have a quarrel with that. It's just you have to measure it against the expectations for the development schedule of that particular project. Some of them are infrastructure heavy, earthwork heavy, and some of them are ready to go on pretty soon. So as long as you made an informed decision and it was based on some legitimate municipal purpose, I certainly don't have a quarrel with that.
Well, someone could renew, too.
Seek an extension, it happens all the time, especially in the subdivision context where people come before the planning board, I'm sure all the time, can I get an extension of a couple of years to wrap this up?
The assisted living project.
All right. I mean, and it's not an academic question, because we certainly have some large developments that are not going to be fully built out for a number of years. Correct. Then the final part of that becomes the charge to a developer who is actually holding capacity, which is similar to the person who didn't pay, who didn't sign up, who's in front of the sewer line. Can we have an annual charge of the developer? Say, okay, we've reserved 100 homes and you've built 50, so we're going to charge you for the excess.
This is, I think we get into the territory with some of those larger developments. I'm not talking the 3 to 5 homes, but either multi-homes or 300 homes or
40.
a mixed-use home thing. But where someone needs something from this board, where we get into the habit, similar to what we did even for a smaller project, the one on Main Street, we're developing kind of a development agreement whereby consensus, by contract, more so than a municipal law function, we're agreeing to schedules, benchmarks, fees, and other forms of mitigation, whereby in exchange for us providing our stamp of approval, or this board providing its stamp of approval, they're going to agree that they're going to pay or they're going to forego certain things. And I think that if we get into the habit with any larger project of throwing on an additional layer of kind of contract level compliance, that in our experience as a firm has paid dividends, because the law is the law and it can be helpful or in some areas, but I think as we all know, and I think we're struggling with it a little even on this issue, there's ambiguities all throughout it. Right. But we can usually design a contract that fills in some of those gaps, and we can look to a single document. And I'll also state contracts are a heck of a lot easier to sue on than something that might be an ambiguous statute.
Well, I think this is really important. I don't want to rush the conversation, and at the same time, I don't want to continue to restate a lot of the same things, because I don't think we'll be able to make firm decisions on any of this right now, other than now we have the
But we're
tools
moving in the
front
right
of us.
direction, Madam Chair.
Well, I definitely think so. I think one of the things that I would be interested in knowing is the contingency plan for if this goes before the floor of town meeting and it's voted down, what does that do for the ratepayers of the sewer system right now? There's no relief, and they don't have necessarily a voice in the fact that there's no relief, and they're paying an inflated rate. So I think, if we're looking at the whole ecosystem of this decision process, I think that needs to, if we're going to go before the town, we have to have the Plan A, whatever we put before the town body passes, but Plan B, if it doesn't, then what are we doing? So I'm just wondering if we can, I wanted to ask if there was anybody from the floor that wanted to speak up, and I see our Department of Health would like to, so I am going to ask Kathy Lannon to come forward. Thank you so much, and I appreciate everybody's indulgence with the clock.
I'll try to be brief, but thank you, Jim, for notifying me of this meeting this afternoon with this topic. The Board of Health has never been notified about this plan.
Okay.
10 years ago, somewhere around 10 years ago, we were asked to develop a bylaw for people who have paid betterment fees and have functioning systems to connect. The board at that time chose
I hate
not
to tell you,
to.
it's 25 years ago since we've had one. We have one.
It's a regulation, actually, not a bylaw.
But we were asked to address that issue, and I know we did, and the board at that time decided not to do that because of the unfairness of it to people with big loans for new septic systems. This is a big topic.
Oh, it is.
My first concern is some of the statements made. First of all, what I'm getting is sewer good, septic bad. That, failed system. The Board of Health, we've been doing our job. The benefits of sewer and the benefits of septic in a town like Millis, that issue needs to be addressed much more fully. Because the other major environmental system we're not talking about is our water supply. Every time you sewer property, all of the water that household uses goes down a pipe, down the Charles River to the ocean, never to come back. So that the issue of groundwater depletion in communities that use wells underground is an issue that's been coming for 15 years and is a problem. So that so that's, for example, a big project that was originally proposed with a packaged sewer treatment plant that Toll Brothers is now developing differently. There's a reason why the state is pushing that type of alternative. So I think I think this needs a much more full assessment that we need to look at, and I mean, we don't know how much groundwater depletion we're occurring. I think we need to talk about what percentage of the town should be sewered and what percent should not. Septic systems function well. They're just as good as an alternative as sewers when they're done well. And so in terms of that we should think about using sewerage to improve the environment, I disagree with that statement. Ironically, we're in a situation in Millis, if you think about it. Yes, we drink from the ground. Yes, septic systems do put wastewater in the ground. They do their job well, they clean it. Sewage, however, you think, okay, well, that's gone away. But if you think about where we live and the fact that we're 30% wetland associated with the Charles, and I cast no aspersions on the Charles River pollution plant, but I would point out to you that upstream there are two more, the Milford plant and the Bellingham plant. And if you want to look at the quality of the water coming at us into our wetlands that we're exposed to, I would suggest you look at the data from the Charles River Watershed Association. They test at certain points for the amount of E. coli in the water. So if you think sewerage will take the problem away from us, that's not completely true in the town of Millis. Not only is our effluent from the Charles River plant coming at us, but from several plants upstream. So it's not that simple that one's good, one's bad. I think a more complete assessment of that issue needs to be done, especially in terms of, how much groundwater can we afford to send down river before we will eventually develop a problem. The Mass Area Council did do a paper on this about 10, 15 years ago, and I can provide it for you. This is a problem that's occurring all over New England, especially around the Boston belt, of people who get their water from Quabbin, who don't have to deal with groundwater depletion. I mean, 40 years ago, if you had said a river in New England would dry up because of groundwater depletion, everyone would say, not possible, we get 44 inches of rain a year. We do. It's happening, it's much more of an issue right now north of Boston. Ipswich River that area, Essex, some of those towns, have had major issues with groundwater depletion. So it's something that we need to think about now and incorporate that into a plan for, you know, I personally don't think 100% sewage of any town that drinks from the ground is a good idea, because you're taking all of that water and sending it away. So I would hope that a more complete assessment of the issue will be addressed. The other thing I don't understand is why 10 years ago was it our policy to make, and now it's the selectmen's policy to make? That's a legal question. Because, I mean, we're the, through Title V, we're the board that regulates that. So does this bylaw even allow to be done by the selectmen as opposed to the Board of Health?
I could answer that if you wanted.
Please.
Yeah, please do.
So the answer is that you can both regulate it in a certain way. In fact, you have a regulation on the books now that already requires connections, and that if people don't connect, they're supposed to seek a variance. I know that that process doesn't exist, or that no one is
Well,
actually
it
going
does.
by that.
What happens, we
So
do.
and then but that whole process, the Board of Health process is rooted in public health issues. Right. And that is that while septic, again, my comment was with respect to failing septic systems, and that is that the issue is many towns, especially coastal communities, that have chosen to sewer so as to replace old failing septic systems, especially in coastal areas or fragile areas. That has been deemed a generally okay policy. So the replacement of failing, this isn't about sewering every part of town. It's about following through on the sewer that we have permitted. The sewer commissioners, however, have jurisdiction over a different part of the elements of a sewer system, and that is the public safety, convenience, welfare, and that includes economic development. So either entity can have a hand in regulating this. Your process at the Board of Health is rooted in making sure that people have complying septic systems. And as I understand it from reading that regulation, people that apply for a variance, which they're supposed to do, but in practice actually doesn't happen, they're almost automatically going to get it if they have a complying operable septic system, whether it's 1 year old or 50 years old. Your process is rooted in something more global, not just public health issues, but takes into consideration economic development and other central land use planning aspects. One of those elements is environmental, but there's nothing wrong with having two boards having some redundant jurisdiction over that.
And I can tell you our process, we've been doing that process. If a house is sold, an inspection of the system called the Title V inspection is done, and if it fails Title V, we make them connect to sewer.
Right.
So, I mean, we have been following that process.
It's not, I don't want to debate the question, but the regulation actually requires affirmatively everyone with the septic system to seek a variance. And that obviously, and I think for some good reason that doesn't happen, because it would probably overload your agendas on any given day. But literally everyone who fronts on a roadway with sewer that isn't connected should be, per the letter of that regulation, in possession of a variance, whether they're selling or not selling. And that doesn't happen now. That's not necessarily a bad thing. And enforcement is at the discretion of the Board of Health. But that's what's in the reg now. What you're proposing is something different altogether.
Well, yeah, it's a fine, if you will, or maybe you don't call it whatever it is. But I mean, this brings a policy to the fore, which is to say we're trying to force people to sewer.
Correct.
And they're saying it's not necessarily in the best interest of health and welfare.
Of the town,
Well,
of the town's water supply.
But there's a difference here. We're dealing with specifically people who have paid a betterment, who have a right to hook up. We're dealing with that issue and that issue alone. We're not looking at new, we're not looking at how we're setting up new options. Our concern right now, and our primary concern that we're looking at for the fines, is not the complex system of the whole environment, whether rainwater gets involved or ground leakage or anything. We have a problem in this community right now with the existing sewer system and its capacity. It's not an issue of, do we like sewage? Do we want?
But isn't it?
It is not on that. It is dealing specifically with the capacity available to us to permit new development in this town that's based on sewage. That does not mean that we are not looking at all the alternatives. Those will have to be looked at over time. But we have an opportunity to deal with a capacity issue right now that has 44,000 or something gallons tied up that we cannot use, that we have people who have the right to access but have chosen not to access. It's costing the community a great deal of money in development if we can't hook up additional homes to those sewer systems.
And I would say that as a resident, and I am on sewer, but had been on septic for many years, we made a contract with them when they paid a betterment fee.
Right.
And to punish them for new development.
We're not punishing them for new development. We're taking into
You're finding
account
them.
that there is a cost even to the ratepayers of the sewer systems today by the fact that people who should have hooked up have not hooked up. Because at the moment, they're not paying their fair share of what the costs are for having put in the sewer systems up to that point. So there are a whole series of issues that are quite complex in this process. And it's not just dealing with, do we like a septic system versus do we want a sewer system? It's a much more complex system
So
issue than
what I would propose, since I don't think we're going to be able
Right.
to enact anything, is that this indicates the need for probably a dedicated meeting with all those stakeholders. I think that maybe philosophically, my understanding, and I'm sure Jim will correct me if it's not right, but I think there was at some point, when I say Jim, I'm sorry, this Jim. Jim with a jacket, is that, there was a shift because we were having failing septic systems, that there was a shift to bring more development onto sewage. And now we're in a situation where we have developers coming to us saying, we want to develop and we don't have the capacity to do it. So what I would propose is that we take everything that we've received, have it supplemented by whatever information the Board of Health can provide, whatever supplemental information Town Council and our Director of Energy/Economic Development is prepared to provide, and that maybe we look at a dedicated meeting where we have a discussion of the two have to coexist, right? We're not getting rid of one in favor of the other. What we have to do is we have to address a capacity issue, and that is what's pressing this, not do we like one versus the other?
But I think the statement that, you're almost telling me that we owe developers sewerage. And there is an alternative, there always has been, and it functions well, and in many cases, it may be beneficial to the water supply.
Yeah, they are coming to us with a sewer hookup proposal because it's cheaper for them.
Right, so I just, the statement that there is no alternative, I would disagree with this. There is and there always has been.
And let's be clear, too, that the sewer is a double-edged sword, so sometimes developers come to us for sewer because they physically can't locate a septic system there. But on the flip side of that, too, we're trying to create tools whereby the sewer commissioners have the authority and discretion to support projects that will help the town, including in areas of affordable housing and economic development and commercial development, and those towns that might be a negative drag on some of our long-term planning efforts, and have the tools to either say yes or say no. And so it's kind of a complex web there.
Thank you.
I think we do have to keep in mind, though, that if we're going to go to town meeting with any kind of bylaw, the calendar is not necessarily our friend, so that would be for the spring town meeting.
Madam Chair, just to Ms. Lannon's point about that we're, it's assumed that we're telling developers that they have a right to, I hope I'm not overquoting you, right to hook up the sewer. What this draft policy here today is about is telling developers what the situation is, and that we are willing to work with them on alternatives to sewer.
She's gone.
Oh, she's gone.
Okay, great. I'm going to thank everybody for their contributions to this really important conversation, including Town Council. Are you in agreement with the path of approach here, that we come back, reconvene, potentially with a subject-only meeting and work with you on development of bylaw recommendations, policy to give developers, which you have yet to see. I'm not trying to kick the can down the curb, but I just can't see how we get this resolved right now.
I serve at the pleasure of the board.
And we'll have the opportunity to discuss the water issue at, probably in that same meeting, because we have a bigger issue with the water that's coming up more than the sewer, so.
Perfect. Aren't you fun?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving right along. We are 45 minutes or so behind. I'm going to ask our friends from Kleinfelder, Betsy Frederick and Andrew Goldberg to come forward. I knew his name. To come forward. They're going to talk about DPW's asset management grant. And I apologize for the fact that we are running behind. So hopefully we can get this.
So we'll go through the slideshow. Madam Chair, I'll just
Yep.
reference what we're here. Last year, we received a grant from the Mass DEP
Yep.
for an asset management grant. We're
Yep.
in phase one of that.
Can you describe asset management
will.
in the
That's part of-
context of DPW?
What it is they're going to, eventually, we're going to get a work order system out of it. We're going to get a scale of work that needs to be done over the next 20, 25 years. And most importantly to me is the work order system that we're eventually going to receive. As I notified the board last month, with the help of Kleinfelder, we received the second phase of the asset management grant. One goes right in line with the other. And during the presentation, we will ask that you approve the town administrator to sign off on a contract with CityWorks. And when we get to that, we will discuss that more readily. Anybody?
Okay. Thank you for coming. We apologize for the delay. Hopefully, this will be less complicated. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for having us. As Jim mentioned, we're going to try to cover 3 different topics as efficiently as possible, but know
Thank
that
you.
there'll be questions. We'll start with the asset management program, transition into the stormwater utility, and Betsy will close out with a discussion of the Village and Birch Street's stormwater infrastructure improvement project. So Madam Chairman, you asked what is asset management. In August, we talked about what this asset management grant is covering. It talks about drinking water, stormwater, and wastewater infrastructure, and trying to capture an understanding of what infrastructure is in the ground, the condition of that infrastructure, and the types of work that can be done or planned to be done to improve that condition so that you're providing the level of service that your ratepayers and residents and business owners here rely on. So asset management has several different goals. And in August, we talked about some of these goals that we established with help from Jim McKay. By continuing from this first phase into a second phase of a grant, which would begin this summer, we're hoping to help the town achieve multiple benefits, right? You talked about, just a moment ago, capacity issues and public health. Those are 2 sometimes conflicting goals that we're trying to bring together through this streamlined program. We're also looking at regulatory obligations and infrastructure condition goals at the same time, and one of the most tangible examples of where those 2 come together in this upcoming phase of work is with stormwater condition assessment. The second phase of the grant includes a fieldwork component where Kleinfelder will continue to work with the town to assess the condition of stormwater pipes where they end and discharge, getting an improved picture for where those are on a map, and then planning those infrastructure improvement projects. So the regulatory goal, the regulatory requirement there is met.
Are we in Kansas?
Could be. Could be.
The wind is blowing.
We need turbines.
There you go.
What's that?
So the timing of this grant program fits well within a permit requirement, but also within the town's goals to plan for infrastructure improvement.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second. This is a really important conversation, and I know that we're starting to add people. I want to acknowledge for the people who've come for the discussion about the pickleball and tennis courts that we are in fact running behind. I want to acknowledge that. I want everybody to be patient. It's beautiful and breezy outside if you want to come back. So I'm sorry, Andrew, so you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll just jump down to the second bullet, which is the town departments will have the chance to build capacity. Jim's mentioned today that work order or work management system. That is a really good way to use software to document the types of work that the town is doing already and get it electronic and use it to the town's advantage to make incremental improvements to operations and to track how your infrastructure is performing so that you can make planned proactive maintenance instead of reacting to a problem that already exists. And then that third and final bullet is a benefit is grant funding offsets the overall program cost. So although we're finishing up the first phase of a grant project and going into a second phase, the work is continuous. So this is a great opportunity to use state funding to help offset the town's program costs.
Can you just address really quickly, I'm going to try and short circuit this. Please tell the beleaguered taxpayers of Millis why they care, why this matters, and what they gain from it. That's really what we need to hear, I think.
So for taxpayers, the idea is that you rely on infrastructure for daily life and for some of the services that it provides, whether that's clean, safe drinking water or functioning roads, right? This type of program will provide the town with a picture of what work needs to be done and when to make sure that those utilities, those infrastructure that everyone relies upon is working properly and that the investments are timed in a way that gets the most benefit over the long term.
So I'm going to look to my colleague to my left and say, is this essentially the capital plan specific to the DPW?
Well, Madam Chair, this is certainly a potential system that the Capital Planning Committee has been made aware of, that is quite interested in having it implemented, because what it'll do is it'll enable us to, I don't know what you call it, digitize or whatever it is, the planning process for major structural issues. And it could migrate to include not just the DPW programs, but all capital programs in town. So it's something that the committee has discussed, is certainly is favorably inclined to see, not having taken a formal vote on it, but it would be a way for us to have a much more interactive asset management, or I'll call capital management process.
Thank you.
So I'll breeze through some of the process that we've taken over the last few months and get to what folks can expect in the second phase. Another benefit to the ratepayer, to the customer or the resident, we're hoping that in the second phase we go from documenting workflows that DPW is doing now to a portal or a pathway for community members to interact with the town or DPW directly to resolve an issue that's on their street or in their impacting their community. So that's sometimes called a service request or a citizen request. There are a number of different ways to do that, but this software, like others have mentioned today, is scalable in the sense that we're going to start with a phased approach for water, stormwater, and wastewater, and that can then grow wherever the town would like, whether that's to the highway division or somewhere else.
What is broken right now in the way that a resident would pick up the phone and call 5424 and get the DPW and make a request? What are we fixing?
Don't want to single anyone out. I know Deirdre and Jim and Marie work really hard in DPW to get everything done, but there are some benefits in getting it digitized. If you're able to document where the problem exists and look at broader trends, you can more easily make recommendations that are informed by that information over the long term. So if someone says there's a pothole on my street and 10 other people are reporting a similar issue, you can know that there's a condition issue. The idea is hopefully this response process will be faster, and then over the long term, these investments are made based on actual performance data rather than someone.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Question I would have is, where is this leading? What kinds of costs are involved to the town? We're already paying a lot of new taxes. What is the benefit and the cost benefit to us? And what are you looking at over what period of time for what kinds of costs to do this? That's really what I'd be more interested in.
Sure, thank you. Near term, this second year of grant project is, the grant is for $129,000, and the match is $86,000.
So you're saying we'd have to come up with $86,000?
Correct. And
what's that give us for a benefit out of that?
So some of the bullet points are on this slide here where...
Understand. What I'm basically saying is you're telling me that I call Deidre today, and tell her I have a pothole, this would digitize it for $86,000.
May I just make one comment, really, to speak to Madam Chair's request around what is the value and what was broken. It's not so much what was broken as what we can look at going forward as well. So it's not just digitizing the pothole. It's understanding that over the last 10 years, that same street or stretch of street has had continuous problems that has been covered. So the DPW has gone out there every year and done a gravel cold, some sort of a cold tar. So the investment now is maybe there's a bigger problem. So instead of doing that.
I understand that, I really do. My concern is this. You're coming to us with a proposal that regardless of how much the grant is, it's going to be $86,000 this year, and some amount, maybe 86 or 100, the next year, and so on. And we're fighting for every dollar in the community to do the things we need, such as improve our roads. We know we've got problems in the roads. We know we have pipe problems. We know we have culvert problems. We have a lot of issues that we have to address. 86,000, 100,000 is important to us. And my concern is what you're proposing sounds great. I love computer systems. The question, what you're really asking us is, as a town, is it worth it to you, as a town, to pay $100,000, say, on average, a year for the next, say, 10 years, to get a better understanding of what's happening to our infrastructure? And I think that's really what I'm hearing.
So I want to clarify just really quickly. The software component is a much smaller portion of the overall, but there are some other things that are making the overall project costs a little bit higher than maybe something that you're comfortable with today and can see the value out of. And I want to take the time to quickly go over some of those things that we're going to be doing in the next phase, because it achieves the MS4 requirements in some regard. It provides a really impactful tool for understanding pressure and water age for your water distribution system for a plan that hasn't been updated for over a decade. And it will allow you to understand where there are condition deficiencies for infrastructure, including facilities. So you're right that this is an ongoing cost and a commitment to a program. But the reason why it's a little higher this coming year is because we are doing a lot of work to get ahead of some of the infrastructure investments that the town will need to make.
Are you making a budget request of this board, or are you just outlining how a grant is intended to be spent?
It is a grant that was added to the intended use plan, which is in draft form by the State Revolving Fund. So I'm informing the board of the plan, not making a request for next year at this point. I believe the request in front of you today is regarding the software purchase or contract.
But software that's provided for within the contract? Within
Under
the grant?
Within the current grant for the current year, not next year.
When we say next year, is that July 1, fiscal 21, so this is already part of the DPW budget as an expense line item, or is this fiscal 21 new news that something new is happening?
You're being updated on 2 asset management grants. The first asset management grants, those funds have already been allocated through the DPW budget. What we're asking for is eventually the town administrator to sign a CityWorks grant for $30,000, which is covered under the grant. So what we have to do is we have to expend the funds, and we will get those funds reimbursed from the Mass DEP for that. The second phase, if, it's almost like, I hate to say, I mean, if we're not going to do Phase 2, then there's almost like it's a waste of time to finish Phase 1.
But is
We'll
Phase 2 grant supported financially or no?
Not yet, because we haven't got we were officially notified that we were accepted, but we have to have those funds like we did with this exact same grant. We'll try to get them through the budget itself, the water, sewer, and stormwater funds. That's how we allocated it last year, and that's just how, we would look by June 30th, correct?
So is this a warrant article that's going to come before the town to spend the money first and take a reimbursement second? I'm just trying to understand the money piece. Okay.
The money is already there. I mean, the funds for anything we're asking for right now is there. The update is the email that I sent you several weeks ago that was detailed, that we received this grant from the, and you had approved the filing of this grant. This board approved the grant for us to file, to go and file for Phase 2. We did that, and now we're accepted. Just quickly on the what good is having a work order system for the DPW? I'm kind of, it's 2020, and I can show you our record keeping of what we have.
Jim, assuming we agree on that, what's it going to cost the town? You keep talking, we've got grant money. So are you telling me that we don't have any other costs for the town?
There is, and it's part of the grant. That I supplied you, it states right in the signing of what the town administrator is looking for. It's $33,000, which is covered under the grant, and then for the next 2 years, there's a $10,000 cost, just like you would pay for Munis or any of that type of system. We would tie in the work order system that was done through a grant that's just sitting, not being used. I mean, the entire town could use our GIS system. That was another grant that I received, and we got that. It's up and built and everything else, and no one uses it.
So you're telling me that what they're presenting at Kleinfelder right now is everything will be covered by a grant. We may have to front, say, $30,000, but we're going to get the $30,000 back. Though there's not a penny that this town.
No, I didn't say that. I just said that. No, I didn't say that. I said that if you look at what I supplied you with the grant, the contract that Mr. Gazinski has to sign, there's an allocation of $10,000 for next year, and then there's a following $10,000 for the following year. That's what City Works. And I was going to recommend that we would not sign that $10,000, because if you approve the second grant in the next several months, we'll be able to cover that under the asset management second grant, those costs. I don't know what's so difficult. I don't know what,
I think the issue is that what we're hearing is when you say it's supported by a grant, but I'm asking the town for money, the two seem I'm having a hard time just reconciling those two sentiments. That's all.
No, all I'm asking for is what you've already approved. I'm asking you to approve the town administrator to sign a contract for something that you have already approved several months ago. I'm not asking you to approve the $10,000 for next year or the following year.
Madam Chair, could I just ask?
Yes.
Simple as you can make it, what is the service that CityWorks is going to provide for the $30,000?
Sure. There will be 2 days of in-person training where folks from DPW and anyone else that town would like to have included from other departments will be incorporating current workflows, current forms into this software so that when Jim and his staff are in the field doing work, they can document that and it can connect with an online platform.
So this is a startup cost?
It is.
Bring the system up to speed where it will be able to be operated?
Correct.
And let me just clarify, this money has already been appropriated?
Correct.
So we're being asked to approve the signing of the contract.
Correct.
We're not
We're not
authorizing new
committing
money.
No.
Next year or the year after that. Now, I agree that if we're not going to follow through with it, what's the point of signing up
Correct.
now? But,
Correct.
okay, I just want to understand what we're asking basically authority to sign the contract for money we've already appropriated.
Correct.
Some of it's funded by the general fund, some of it, I'm sorry, the enterprise funds, and some of it's funded by the state grant.
The state grant.
Okay, for this contract year.
Correct.
And if we don't do it, what's the fallout?
We'll stop the
We'll stop.
process. We'll stop where we are. Correct.
Okay.
I guess I see it as, regardless of the fact we've appropriated the funds,
Right.
it's another cost to the ratepayer. And it's one that I'd like to understand a lot better in terms of what the ongoing costs to the ratepayer are likely to be. Certainly, I'm interested in that we're getting grant funds, but there are also costs to the ratepayer. And that's what I'm most concerned with. We are already burdening our ratepayers for a variety of other reasons. So I guess that's where I'm concerned right now.
I think we all are, and you're feeling a lot of emotion in this room because our town has sent out what are, for our town, our historic residential tax bills because we built a new school and because we have a lot of unfunded mandates that are coming over the transom that hit your consultancy's domain: environmental, energy, water, sewer. So everybody wants to understand the gains of the spend, and you're kind of getting it full on.
We appreciate that, and we're fully cognizant that it's not always easy to grasp in the moment what exactly the value of this will be. The point for us, in terms of, to your question, Mr. Germain, longer term, the community has to build the IT infrastructure, and I know you know this, and all we're saying is, in order to do that, and the efficiencies that are gained by this are well documented in terms of the being able to make proactive investments in infrastructure that will ultimately pay this back, and we can provide that kind of financial analysis that says, what is the payback for this kind of proactive planning? That's why asset management is so critical to what DEP is funding. That's why DEP continues to fund these grants, is they want communities to be able to invest in this kind of infrastructure planning for capital improvement. And we just heard in the previous discussions that you just had that you're addressing right now issues with your sanitary sewer capacity. We're well familiar with the issues associated with stormwater. And as Mr. McKay recently just mentioned, you're going to be dealing with issues associated with your water system as well. These are big dollars, and the ability to make informed decisions about where and when to make investments is the sole purpose of this kind of asset management program. So the payback longer term is something that is an analysis that we can do for you individually, but has been done overall with the industry in terms of how and the way you manage your infrastructure going forward, and giving Jim the tools to make those kinds of decisions. And that's, excuse me, the purpose behind that investment.
How soon do you have a decision made on this?
Last week, so we can start moving forward with the work order system. I mean, what I'd like to just quickly add to that is there's no tools in the IT structure in Millis that can help us at the DPW. There's nothing. There's nothing there. There's the Munis system. This system can assist the Munis system, but that can't be done there.
Thank you.
There's nothing here for us to build off of.
If we defer it, are we going to lose the grant? How long can we
Nope.
defer it before we?
No, we're not going to lose any
Well, in
grant.
terms of the phase 2 grant,
Yes,
so you're on the intended use plan, which is that's the way in which the state revolving fund program is operated.
Sure.
So there's a calendar there that requires that if you're going to choose to move forward with accepting that grant, you have to have appropriated the funds for the project before June 30th.
Okay.
Say, yes, we're going to, so you're claiming those funds essentially, and then you have until October 15th to actually submit the application to say, this is what we're going to do with the money.
That's really what I was asking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just get clarification on the essentially a software package.
Yes.
The asset management software. What is the cost to the user in year 3?
$10,000.
Well, that's the point. It's not 86,000.
Correct.
It's 10,000.
To
86,000 and the 120,000, whatever it is to get it all into the system. It's analogous in my mind to what's going on with the grant we've received to create the Munis system. This is a capital investment.
Correct.
And in an ongoing basis, it's a $10,000 charge, which I guess CityWorks is, are they maintaining the software or?
They will, yes, they'll.
So it's a license, I don't know whether it's a licensing fee or whatever it is,
There's a license.
so that the town can utilize the asset management
Correct.
system. And having worked, and my colleague did as well, did a lot of the early work on the capital plan, it's taken us 2 years to get a plan together. And so from my perspective, we're kind of ripe for this. We've done a lot of the upfront work. We can test it and implement it, and we'd have a much smoother process for not only gathering the capital needs of the town, as our commitment has been to make sure people know what it is, but also to manage it more effectively. So I personally am prepared to move forward, but if the members of my colleagues are not willing to do that, or not ready to do it, I can understand that, because we have time.
I think we are. I think we're just,
I'm not against it, Madam Chair. It's
Yeah.
just- My concern is there something I don't know at this point? Are there costs, let's say 10,000 is what we know the software is going to cost us year by year. Is there something else you're going to be charging us year by year that's also in there?
I can't point to anything specifically, but I'll tell you that the value that you get out of a software like this is in using it. So if there are additional features or things that you would like done, or if there's data that the mapping doesn't currently have as development goes in or infrastructure projects happen, that's what we would want to be able to provide for the town. But we're not asking for that at this time. And the work that is scoped for that second phase can be changed through the time that the town submits the application this summer.
What do you find typically in towns where you've already installed this?
The commitment is variable depending on what you are trying to learn.
Right.
It could be as small as, I don't want to throw numbers around, round numbers, 10, 20,000 in mapping support to keep the data current and to provide information as regulations change or as new forms need to be developed. Upper boundary on that can go up if more work is needed, like a water master plan development.
I do understand the value of software. I hope you understand.
Well, I know you do.
I mean, there's definitely components with this that police can use, fire can use, that I've already talked to the both chiefs about. When they dispatch calls, what's open, what's closed, how close is the house to it. I mean, that's a tool that Andrew's talking about, if we decide to add that in the future. It's amenable to the Munis system. It can upload the tracking of hours of people worked in the water sewer general fund. It can track all that. That can be done, and it can work with Munis.
but so the $30,000 is for a license for software for X number of users?
It's the license with, and the software itself. We're purchasing the software for the $30,000. It's not just for one license.
And any legacy updates come with that? I'm looking at the consultants, yes?
As a part of the agreement,
That cost.
CityWorks would maintain the
We
software.
purchased the rights to the software to use.
All right, so just so everybody understands in the community, we have a 14-page contract. So that's why some of this is feeling a little burdensome, a little overwhelming. Anything else you need from us at this point? I don't know how many slides you have.
We were prepared to cover a couple of other topics, but
Yeah, we do have to, those two other topics have to be covered. I mean, that's all.
Okay.
If we're done with this, I mean, we need to talk about the, if Betsy can quickly talk about.
do you want to switch to Village
Bridge
and Birch?
Street. Yep.
Sure. So I just wanted to give you a quick update. We'll keep this to just a couple of minutes. One of the issues that we've all been very concerned about is people recognizing the value of the new institutions in the community, one of those being the stormwater utility. Right now, we're doing some work in the stormwater realm in trying to help deal with some inundation and flooding problems associated with essentially the intersection of Village and Birch. These are just a couple of quick pictures of that area. What you'll see there on the left, just go back real quickly, that's actually an inlet, one of your stormwater inlets, and obviously it's in an area that's pretty overgrown, not terribly well maintained, going along the street there. You can continue along. So what we were looking at was what was the cause of some of the inundation, particularly at the bottom of Village and Birch and Heritage Path, and the homeowners that were continually having chronic flooding in those areas. So we did an analysis of that. And one of the things that was pretty critical about this analysis, and this, we're bringing this essentially at this conceptual design level, so there's not been a whole lot of field analysis yet, but we got a pretty good idea based on our site reconnaissance and the work that we've done with the survey. It's a really interesting situation in that there's a lot of natural depressions that are in the upper end of that area near Forest Street that actually mitigate a lot of the problem that would be even worse at the bottom of the street. And you can see that there's some areas of natural depression, there's some areas of erosion along the street level. The bottom line being that if you were to improve this road to include curbing, you would actually be exacerbating the downstream flooding at that Heritage Path and Village Street intersection. So right now, because we're dealing with the current situation and what is a way to mitigate the current situation, we're not dealing with trying to actually capture the additional flow that would happen if you were to curb that street. We're assuming that street is going to stay as it is. But we are looking to mitigate the immediate problem down at the end of the street. Forward. So this is just a really quick picture of the catchment area going from Forest Road down towards Birch Street. So the water is flowing essentially left to right. And you can see maybe some can't see particularly well. It's not it's a little dark, but the pink spots basically there are the catch basins. And the gray areas there are where we're showing the areas of natural depression that essentially are sort of stormwater retention areas for the purposes of this evaluation, and they're helpful. They're on private property, so it's essentially a public good that's based on a capture that's happening on these private properties. So ultimately, what we've done is we've come up with a couple of different conceptual ideas, locations where we could do some infiltration that would resolve some of the critical problems at that lower area of that subcatchment. One of them is an easement on Birch Road, which is the road that you're seeing there, and on the northern side of the intersection of Village and Birch. So what we're recommending is essentially a large infiltration basin along an existing easement. We don't know at this point yet whether that easement would require any modification. However, we're looking at also augmenting that with some infiltration basins on so essentially the upstream side of that. Those are primarily for water quality, not for water quantity. So if you want to show the areas. So what we're looking at right now are a couple of locations that we've identified for potential infiltration basins to basically capture water that has made its way all the way down to the bottom of that. This is not necessarily going to mitigate any of the issues at the top of this catchment. Those are left essentially as they are in the current condition. So we've gone through a process of looking at what the costs of that construction would look like. These are based in part on some assumptions that we've had to make with respect to groundwater levels and hydraulic conductivity of the soils. So we would have to, as a part of the final design phase, we would have to do some work to actually confirm those assumptions. That's something that, the sooner we could move towards getting those kinds of issues resolved, the sooner we could feel good about the numbers and the design that we're proposing for this. But so that's essentially what I was just referring to, was, getting out and getting some of that work sooner rather than later. One of the, we have talked a little bit about costs on this, and again, these are highly conceptual at this point until we can get some backhoes in the ground and confirm what we're looking at with respect to soils and groundwater. Right now, what we're proposing with respect to those infiltration systems are somewhere on the order of $500,000 to $600,000. That's not inclusive of the final design, bid support, permitting associated with it. So that cost would likely go up some, $80,000 to $100,000, dependent upon any legal support with respect to any easements that might be sought. So that's essentially, I think that was the point of what where we are now is trying to get out, as I said, seeing if we can't do some field analysis to confirm our assumptions on the design, and then look at moving forward on this in the fall of 2020 as a possibility.
Thank you, Betsy. So, Madam Chair, why I bring this today, I mean, I have residents that every time it rains out, because of this, they get flooded out, and we've been working on this to try to get through this process. So I presented this at my budget presentation meeting, and I did come up with the cost, the final analysis of the cost. But as you can see, we're not ready for this, and I just want the board to know that we are working on it. So when the residents, a couple of them aren't too happy, that we may not be ready till fall for this, for the final asking cost of this. So it's just
this is on you. Forwarded this to the capital planning?
I have.
Yes.
Yeah, and we would still, have a presentation, at that time. So we're just going to, again, it's just an update, so I can report back to the 2 or 3 neighbors that, we are still proceeding with this. And
But the
board
reality
aware.
is this and this number, this is the only number we have, will go on to the plan. And then obviously,
Correct.
the process involves looking at priorities, trying to assess what has to come first and what we can afford. But this is primarily, I would assume, your proposal would be to fund this through the stormwater utility. Is that right?
It would be a borrowing.
Yeah. But it would be paid for by the utility.
Yes, absolutely. And this is not much different than what was done on Forest Road and Birch on the other end. We built this exact same type of structure. We have infiltration basins that, if that whole area used to flood, just as worse than this. And so it's just going to make the other side. So again, this was just an update on that.
I guess I just want to understand why this couldn't be accelerated is there an action that has to happen at town meeting for this, I would assume?
Well, I think that with the more analysis to find out where the right place to put these, structures in, and the final design and all that still has to be added into it.
I mean, if I may, Madam Chair, I mean,
yeah.
either way, the construction of this wouldn't happen before the spring of 2021.
Wow.
Is that, well, I'm just asking, is that the realistic, based on if there's a fall appropriation for all this work? And I don't know if you haven't spoken yet about, any potential for any federal or state grants that may help. I know they do occasionally put those grants out there. But as far as the timing, the likely scenario is, when would that be?
Doesn't that fall under capital plan again, though?
Well, again, I mean, the capital planning, yeah, our cycle is intended primarily to look at capital projects in the fall. Now, and we don't want to appropriate a number which is a guess.
Correct.
Right.
That's the other
Right,
problem.
so you may be right in terms of pushing that out if we can't get to the investigation, the field activity by this, by the end of, the summer, early fall, we're not going to be able to confirm on the final design. That's correct.
But if I was one of those residents, I would find that response to be really slow and incredibly burdensome and putting my property at risk. So I feel like this, to me, strikes me as one of those emergency responses that the town should be
So we can,
responding to.
This part here, we can do that with our own equipment, with the easements that we have and residents. I mean, we can find all this out. So if we do have something quickly, a lot of times you can put bids out in November, and as you've seen, people work right through the winter doing this type of work. It's not time sensitive. I mean, they can rip up frost and stuff like that. So this could go out to bid in November, and it could be worked through.
I guess I'm asking again, I don't understand why we can't get it to the point of going out to bid for the spring. I mean, now's the constraint. If you said to me, I own a house of some, it's my primary asset, it's my retirement, and you're telling me that this situation is going to leave it at risk for another year, I would find that to be incomprehensible, to be perfectly
Well,
honest.
the funds cannot be allocated till July 1st anyways.
Right.
Through a borrowing, I mean, no matter what. I mean, it wouldn't happen till July 1st.
I mean, just put yourself in that homeowner's shoes. I guess I just don't understand.
Well, I
enough
have, and we've
to-
been in contact with them, and they're very much aware of, the situation going on. I talk to the gentleman almost weekly about this, maybe not weekly, but every other week. And we've done some mitigation around that the flooding of his yard hasn't been, because we haven't had all that much rain. I don't know, can we get
Well,
something?
just to, I mean, if the question to us was, is there a reason on our end why the work couldn't proceed, the answer would be no. It's clearly based on your procurement, your schedule, and when those funds could be spent. So, physically, could we get the design complete, the work done and the design complete in order to go to bid? The answer would be yes. But, clearly, there's other issues here. And I guess the one thing that I'm always a little bit hesitant upon, because it's at issue in almost all of my projects right now, is getting a full understanding of the permitting process and whether or not there are any issues here associated with the permitting that have the potential for holding anything up. And we have not yet done any sort of look at that, and I would doubt that it's involving anything other than local Concom. But I would just acknowledge that we'd want to take a look at all of those issues as well before we said it could get built by a certain time.
I feel really handcuffed for these residents, I guess is what I'm saying, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to accelerate it and get us to move. It seems to me it's an emergency situation, and it would be warrant maybe coming out of the traditional capital planning cycle because it is an emergency. And if the homeowner can't fix it themselves, then they look to their town.
We know the cost of what, for the infrastructure work that needs to be done. I handed you, we picked, there was two, not designs, but two alternatives, and we picked the second one because of the size of the infiltration basins that we picked. Betsy, if you could come up with a design cost estimate for...
Typically, we would look at something along 15 to 20% of the total construction cost.
So if you could give me that.
At
And
$70,000.
make it as part of the bid, and I'll present it to the capital planning.
Yeah, I think you need to present also why this is priority number one and
Correct.
something else is not.
Yes, sir.
Because that's really the cycle that the committee is trying to go through, which is a prioritization cycle.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So we'll get that at the next meeting, that we can present it, and I'll present it back to the board.
Decisions on specific.
And, I'm sorry, are we done with this part?
Sorry, yeah.
So, no, we're going to do...
Trying to manage the clock.
That's what I'm saying.
trying
So
to do.
lastly, I mean, well, we had several things on the agenda that need to be discussed, and one of them being, again, residents have complaints on their filing of abatements to the stormwater management. And you have 17 of them that you have to decide how you want to hear them. Do you want to hear them all in one night? Or how do you want them? Because every person has appealed my decision of what was in the credit manual book, and they've all appealed it. There's a way that, when you look at the credit manual, the way it was written, and it was written the way it was written, and we accepted it, and it was put in place. But it's more stringent than one would think, but that's the way.
What are you recommending?
I would either look at, we loosen some of the restraints on the credit manual, whether I don't know if we can do that now, because I think you'd have to call a public hearing to change that.
We'd have to be looking at the manual, too, which I don't think we have. Do we have that?
I don't think we're ready for a full discussion of that
Correct.
tonight, but this afternoon, but I think that, and I agree with the DPW director, that in looking at the applications that have come in, as well as the, how those stand up against the abatement processes and thresholds, I think it's probably prudent for the board to take a look at those documents and see if they should be adjusted. Whether or not that would affect the appeals or the abatements for this year is a question for town council, but I think that in looking at it and seeing that really none of the requests have met the thresholds. Is that correct?
That is absolutely.
So based upon that, I think that those thresholds should be reviewed to see that that people can take actions to, mitigate those costs if they want to be proactive about it and have the ability to get abatements. So I think that's been our discussion. I'd be interested to hear what our consultants at Kleinfelder think, and what process we might use moving forward in order to address that. I think certainly that was the intent that some of these, abatements would be awarded based on efforts of individual property owners to deal with these issues.
I know you're on the clock, so 2 minutes. I can't help but just offer, my first thought is terminology is important, and we're really talking about credits and not abatements. Because they're different things, and I don't want to confuse the issue. But there are a number of different options, as you mentioned, things that could be considered to allow opportunities for homeowners. One of the things that I mentioned to Andrew earlier today that, thinking a little bit more outside of the box. Your intent here is to try to incentivize and motivate people to do the right thing. There's different ideas that we can advance that would say, what do you want to do? The program is, by its nature, reactive. It's looking prospectively at new construction because it can't retroactively change what's already been built. That's not the nature of performance standards for new design or redevelopment of design. So you could actually take a look at ways in which people who are currently in their homes with no major changes intended, who wouldn't otherwise be subject to any obligation under the community's development standards, choose to do something proactively and gain something for that. And there's lots of different ways that we could present that sort of idea, which wouldn't require them. They would, for instance, have to meet the state standard, but not the standard associated with this manual, if they were to undertake it when they were not otherwise subject to the requirement. So they voluntarily undertake it. Different things we could look at that would say, this would be helpful. All of them, obviously, would have some impact to your revenue. That we have a basis for determination of the revenue that would be derived from this, so that would be a consideration as well. But we're more than happy to meet with the town and talk about some options to maybe loosen, not necessarily thresholds that we think are there because they're in the best interest of the community going forward, but means by which people can be a part of the program and still meaningfully gain some benefit through the relief.
And we have that funds built into the for that relief. It's already been built into the budget.
Yeah, because if you're going to provide relief on one end, the money still needs to fill out the requirements of the utility.
But we did that in our 3-year projections.
Let me just restate for myself. What you're telling me is, and I was going to bring up the credit issue myself, the credit standards, the applicants that we have in front of us, as far as the director is concerned, they don't meet the credit standard. And factually, you're adding to that, you're affirming that. So these requests, based upon the current credit policy, would in all likelihood be rejected because they don't meet the standard for credit, for granting a credit. So what we would have to do is re-examine the credit thresholds, which is a broader policy. And we'd have to understand what the implications of that are, not simply for those who have filed a credit application, but for those who haven't, who might otherwise qualify.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's really what was going. It's not so much an individual situation now, it's a policy, more broadly speaking.
Correct.
And if we decided to grant the credits, we could make them retroactive and say, look, if you can come in and show us this, then we can provide a credit for you prospectively, which is the way the credit program is working, as opposed to retrospectively. Okay.
Correct. You can say that. I can't.
I would also submit that we probably ought to understand what the issues are that make the decision right now one that it doesn't meet the standard. And just so, if there are 17 people who didn't meet it, they probably don't even have any idea why they didn't meet it.
Do you want to?
I'm not, I didn't want to get
Oh,
into
okay.
the discussion now, I'm just saying, we need to clarify that.
And we can bring that with both recommendations at a further meeting. Thank you.
Madam Chair, is it on the issue of if the board, there's an appeals process for the credits, the next step is with the board could, either set up a special workshop meeting or whatever that's 17 is a lot of appeals.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that in one meeting.
So you'd have to determine how you want to deal with that, and maybe at the same time have, concurrently have discussions as to reviewing the credit manual and whether or not that needs adjustment.
Well, we're looking at the authors of the credit manual, so I guess I'm curious to know, for our community, is this a similar outcome to implementation of what I would imagine would be a fairly consistent document in other municipalities? And so is this a statewide correction that is happening now?
So some of the thresholds that are in the town's credit manual are based on the state's water quality and stormwater handbook. So the town's policy was to award credits for any actions that go above and beyond what is required for development, and that threshold is the town's choice. To go below the state's standard for water quality or controlling runoff would probably not be the best choice. So there are some options.
We'd run the risk of violating our permit.
No, let's restate that. That is not an option. Sorry.
We're doing a lot of that lately, having this conversation about violating permits. All right, let's go backward to go forward. There's 4 agenda items, I think, or 3 anyhow, that let's make some decisions on how we're going to move forward. I am aware of the audience.
We're
I
done.
want everybody, I want to acknowledge you, I want to thank you, and I want to indulge your patience. I'm sorry, this is super important. Not that why you're here is not important too. But I actually am going to need some new oxygen at this point, because
So-
I just feel,
Can I just recap?
Yes.
So all we're asking for, that I can draft a letter with the town administrator for the people that have filed the 17, letting them know that we're still working on it, that we haven't forgotten about it. I'd like to do that. I would ask that you either take a vote, yea or nay, on the, allowing the town administrator to enter into a contract with CityWorks. And I think that's it.
why don't we entertain, is there a motion for that?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the board approve the contract with CityWorks for period 1 in the amount of $31,000.
To allow the
Before I,
We can second and
I'll
discuss.
second it, but I do have a concern, and that is, I want to make sure we understand the 31 has been appropriated. The
Correct.
funds are there, and there's nothing else that we're going to end up with at this stage that's unforeseen. Is that fair?
I think
That's fair.
yeah, I believe that's fair.
Okay.
Because it'll be in the minutes, and if it shows up later, it'll be a problem. Jim is shaking his head.
It's there. I mean, you've already appropriated the funds. You appropriated 100 and something, I forget what the funds were.
1.75.
We have a contract, Carol has the contract from,
But with all due respect, the
MSDEP.
contract doesn't cover years 2 and 3.
it doesn't, and that's why I only
That's
asked
why
for.
we're not going to
that's-
appropriate-
And I
we're not
totally
gonna
agree with
approve
that.
Okay.
I agree.
Sorry, it's year 1 or phase 1?
Period 1, which
Period
runs
one.
from 4/1/2020 to 3/31/2021.
That's correct.
Thank
All
you.
right. So moved. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. What's next on your list,
I
sir?
think that's it, right?
Stormwater appeals process, you're going to come back to us with a plan of attack, I guess? I mean, you've seen this.
I'll work with
And I
input,
think
yeah.
certainly what we need to see is not just the merits of these various proposals and objections, but we also need to see the big picture in terms of funding. You know, what happens to the ecosystem of the entire enterprise fund balance? And do we have, and then, yeah, you guys weren't part of sewer, so you don't have to worry about that. Is there anything else that's holding Kleinfelder over at this point?
No, we will come back with the Asset Management 2 grant when we find out exactly our allocations and all that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your patience today. Mr. McKay, I am told that the next item is 2 minutes or less. If that is true, you may stay. If not, I am jumping you. Ready, go.
Toll Brothers.
The next is, the next agenda item, 056, and then I will be on with you. I'm only taking this because he promises it's 2 minutes. It is customary in large construction projects to hold the developer to a higher standard of bond, and then as progress markers are achieved in the scope of the project, the bond, essentially insurance, gets reduced over time because the proportion of the project has been comparably delivered. The proposal Mr. McKay is making on behalf of the developer Toll Brother is to reduce their bond estimate to, for a third time for the work that they have done on Orchard Street and the Regency at the Glen. 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. The original 100% construction bond was $2,962,850. They have completed $245,795, and that will remain a $527,055. What that is, that's
$2,435,000.
$2,435,000.
Right, you said 245.
Oh, I'm sorry,
$2,435,000.
$2,435,795, and that will leave a balance of $527,055, and that's just for generally the paving aspect of the job. The water and sewer has been installed. They've made it all the way from Ridge Street to the Glen Ellen, and the water main makes it to the second entrance, and that's complete. That's total completed. There is still a leak in the service line for the residents. They need to repair that, and that's also as part of this cost for that repair.
I have a question because I was contacted by a resident who wants to know, is there something in writing that says to a resident that intends to hook up to sewer, what the steps are, steps 1 through 10, what the timeline is, who they contact, are there any recommended or previously proven companies that the town, with whom the town has worked, that residents could short-circuit their information gathering?
Absolutely. There's, we have a drain layers certified, that are certified with the town.
Okay.
And there's procedures. They have to come down, get the form,
Yeah.
fill out at the DPW office, just like everybody else. The tie-in fee is $4,095, and that's it.
So is there like an instructional sheet that would tell everybody what to do, or?
No, we don't.
Could there be, to make it really clear and simple?
Sure, there could be an instructional sheet to do anything. I mean, to walk across the street, Madam Chair, but, I mean, this is easy. I mean, you
But
have-
nobody's done it before.
When the person comes in and asks for the permit, the instructions are all right there on the permit. And we will give, if they request, we will give a suggested list of licensed drain layers.
Okay. There's a question from an Orchard Street resident, right here.
Okay, Madam Chair.
All right, but we're going to be really quick and...
Very quick.
Okay.
I've called every single drain layer on that list. Not one of them is capable of doing the E1 system, nor do they know anything about the E1 system. They call, they come over, they come and they look, and they go, oh, we don't know what we're supposed to do. And it's been a year and a half that I've been calling people on that drain layers, on that list, and they've come, and not one of them knows anything about the E1 system.
And I don't know what an E1 system is.
That's the system that the design of the, it's a grinding system. It's for the sewer. They don't know, only one company came in with a cost, and they knew nothing about the system, and it was well over $30,000. Somebody else came in with a $10,000 bid for a completely different, non-compatible system. There's got to be, there's an engineering company that has been involved. I've been on the phone with them. I've called every single drain layer. I've talked to the Toll Brothers people, the Robert B. Hour. Everybody says the town should know.
May I interrupt for just a second? Why don't we ask if the town administrator would work with this resident and DPW, see if we can resolve what her issue is. Is that fair?
Certainly.
Because it's not just my issue. There
I
are
know
8
it's not.
people.
That's why
Right.
I've heard from people. I
Right.
understand.
There are 8 people right in my little world.
Yep.
They'll work with you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just to clarify, every E1 person, anybody that's called up and asked me what an E1 system, I've given them whatever they need. I can give Ms. Moriarty.
Nobody's questioning that.
I can give her what an E1 system is. If we don't have anybody online, then that can install it, then she'll have to go outside.
Okay. All right, but you're going to work, so now the point person is the town administrator who will work with all the parties, right?
But you have to vote on this.
Do we want to vote on this?
I'd like to ask a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
About the $527,000 on Orchard Street.
Right.
Yes.
Are we confident that that's going to cover the repaving of the road?
Yes, sir.
Because it certainly, you don't want to release a bond. Does it include the damage that was done on abutting streets, on curbing? Because when the project was going on, for those who live on Augusto or Walnut Street or other streets where this enormous equipment was housed for days and days, they really, let's just call it damaged the street and the curbing.
Correct.
Does that cover this?
Mr. Carter, actually, they came in with a lower amount, and we raised that up almost $100,000 for that exact reason. So we're very confident that they'll be able to finish the base coat
On the
milling
road
and
those,
side streets.
Yeah.
There's 4 of them.
And the damaged properties?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
asking.
well, then I would make a motion that we approve the reduction of the Regency at Glen Ellen bond for the project to $527,055.
Second.
So moved, all in favor, say aye. Aye, all opposed, motion carries
And
unanimously.
we have not lowered the price on Ridge Street whatsoever because we have issues there, and that's why that hasn't been lowered at all.
Okay.
And with respect to the
Middlesex.
Middlesex pump station construction,
There's no vote there, this hasn't changed. I'm sorry, that, I meant,
137 stays the same?
yes. Middlesex stayed the same.
Okay.
Thanks.
Out of deference to the packed house before us, I am exercising my prerogative as chair to jump to agenda item 058. And I'm going to introduce it with a little background. I'm then going to ask for a very polite and well-managed and disciplined conversation from the floor. And I totally understand why people are, my leg is throbbing, to be honest. So as everybody knows, we are the proud town owners of a beautiful, glorious, much-improved elementary school, Clyde Brown Elementary School. The tax bills for which came in full force at the beginning of this year. Not that they were unexpected, but they still did arrive rather dramatically. Part of the inducement way back when, as somebody that participated vigorously in this conversation, speaking for myself, was the pledge by the advocates of the project to deliver a true community asset. One that was not simply an asset that would be converted upon the sale of one's house, for whatever reason, but one where the opportunities to enjoy the ramifications of the project would exist. Which brings us to where we are today. As luck or fortune would have it, the replacement of 4 tennis courts is actually on quote-unquote town land. And as a parent, as a grandmother, sportsmanship begins at home. And it is my view that we are one town. It always has been. So there has been a fairly passionate conversation that hasn't always been easy between the proponents of tennis and the proponents of pickleball. I want to state for full disclosure, I am a tennis player. I have also played and won regional championships on co-marked tennis pickleball courts. Co-marking of courts, which is the subject before us, is not a new topic in school sports or sports of any kind. We need look no further than the gymnasium at the schools or the gymnasium in this legacy school building, our town hall, to see co-marked courts. Fields are also going through this transformation. If we are ever to contemplate a new football field, my assumption would be it would also be marked with lacrosse and soccer field markings as well. So the discussion that has been asked of this board is to resolve, I think, an unfortunate quandary, which is how to make everybody play nicely. And I did a lot of research on this, and by complete coincidence, I teach at the college level, happened to be teaching a unit on the business story of Prince, which is a tennis brand. And it was in the marketing subject area of product segmentation and diversification. So here we were. The juxtaposition of this meeting is not lost on me. And if you are somebody who has had to learn about pickleball, who knows nothing about it or very little about it, as I have had to do for this conversation, what we found is that the tennis growth year over year is essentially flat. It's estimated at 1%, less than 1%. The growth of pickleball, as evidenced by this community, the people in large part seated before us, and the fact that it has been added to our school physical education curriculum, is moving in the double-digit direction. And as a result, manufacturers in this sport have opted for, it's called product diversification. They have expanded their line, and they have moved into the pickleball arena to include lucrative sports sponsorships of professional players in the area of pickleball. So I personally consulted communities who have, in fact, added co-marked courts and/or dedicated courts. And I have asked myself about how we maximize the resource for the community demand today and the community forecast going forward. And I have also looked into the mirror, and I have fielded so many phone calls and comments about this that I can see and feel the passion. As I said, I felt a lot of pressure getting through this meeting as this room started filling up. And what I want to do is I want to invite people from this community who have taken time, who've been very patient with this meeting, to come forward in a measured and responsible way. But I have to say, I want to say that I feel that we're one town, and I feel that to maximize the resource for this town, I come to the table feeling inclined to go with my colleague's proposal of last week, which is to have 4 dedicated permanent pickleball courts within one tennis court and to co-mark the other 3 courts. And what you would be doing is you would be positioning the town for growth in all age brackets at all times of the day. I also went to the MIA website, that's the Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association. I also am familiar but reconsulted the United States Tennis Association and the United States Pickleball Association. The MIAA defers to the rules of USTA where tennis is concerned, and the USTA is completely amenable to co-marked courts. So I feel like any objection to co-marked courts, as somebody who won a regional championship and was advanced to nationals, to me is a non-issue. And what I have learned from the pickleball devotees and the experts and the people that I see clogged in this gym on a routine basis for night meetings is that the supply of court time is greatly short, and that having dedicated nets would eliminate what I was told by other towns, which is the tug of war for time. So what we would have is we would maximize the resource. So I don't know if any of my colleagues want to speak first, or if we want to open the floor.
Madam Chair, I believe this board had asked the town administrator, the school superintendent, the recreation folks to come together and see if they could make a recommendation to this board that the recreation folks and the school and the town could live with. And I would be most interested in hearing what that recommendation would be.
Madam Chair, thank you. At the direction of the board, I did try to set up a meeting with the school officials, which we did for last Friday. The superintendent of schools was in attendance, as well as their facilities director, their athletic director, and also Mr. Banks, the chair of the rec committee, and Chris, our rec director, was there. We did have a very lengthy and cordial discussion on what is really a difficult issue. We did have the chance to discuss the different perspectives and positions of the different parties. I think in discussions with, on this matter, the school officials did agree, after consideration, they would be okay with co-marking the courts for pickleball on all 4 courts. But they did indicate that they did have serious concerns about having one of those courts, or one of the 4 courts, removed from tennis and dedicated strictly to pickleball, based on the difficulties it would cause for their tennis program and for other tennis as part of the school. We did express to the school officials that the board and the rec committee have a strong desire for a dedicated pickleball court. And certainly they were understanding of that, and they said they'd be willing to work with us on, work together to look at the possibility of having a 5th court added, dedicated solely to pickleball, either on that location or nearby. We all agreed that we would, take these thoughts back to our relative boards for discussion and hopefully some resolution of this. And Madam Chair, I would probably recommend, if the rec chair and the director would like to give them the opportunity to have, they've had a few days to think about this, to have their thoughts, and then obviously have the school officials discuss their concerns and what they see as the best path forward.
I'm fine with that. Are you fine with that? Is the rec department prepared to come? Do you have any remarks or anything you want to offer?
I did prepare a presentation. If you guys want to see it, I'm happy to share it with you. Basically, it has some of the layout imagery.
You are?
Michael Banks, Recreation Committee Chair.
Chris Fogarty, Recreation Director.
Okay.
We did have a good meeting, as Mr. Gazinski stated. I wouldn't, my concern is that I don't believe that it's necessarily a split or a divergence in the whole community. What we look to do to accomplish the Recreation Committee, the Recreation Department, is to really look at maximizing the entire community recreational opportunity on this facility. We did also take into consideration all of the downsides that would befall the tennis team. It was our opinion that those difficulties could be absorbed for the greater good of the entire community. So we were still proposing for dedicated courts. Now, I'm not surprised. If I was representing a tennis team, I probably wouldn't want to bend to that either. So, like, it is the case that we're at an impasse at the moment, but I feel like we're not necessarily just representing pickleballers. We really are. We have a tennis program as well, and the community plays tennis, they play pickleball. So the additional hours of disruption and hardship, we feel, are outweighed by the thousands of hours of dedicated, like, pickleball availability to the community. So.
Okay. I think we should ask.
Could I just ask a
yes,
question?
Sure.
Because this is obviously has evolved. My recollection is that a couple of months ago, you were coming to this board and saying we would be willing to live with co-marked courts. Is that right?
I don't know if I came to this board.
Well, we
but-
certainly heard either at one or another of the ESB meetings or something that co-marking would be something that you would be willing to support at that time.
So the only issue with co-marking, I mean, at that time, yes. In further research and speaking to people who are more engaged in pickleball than we are, we've come to learn that using a shared net, that setup is not ideal for pickleball. So if we were going to go simply like solely with shared or co-marked courts, there's another layout that would be preferable for pickleball. That would entail putting one pickleball court on one side of the net and one pickleball court on the other side. I do have a picture of that in the presentation as well.
But that would require portable nets as well, with that setup. Can't hear you, Chrissy.
She said that would require portable nets to be set up. So.
Okay.
Do we want to hear from somebody from the schools? We have another microphone. Just trying to provide some balance here.
Thank you. I have a school committee member here, Denise Gibbons. My name is Nancy Gustafson, school superintendent, and Tom Ingraham, tennis coach. We have had a few months of discussion about pickleball, and after discussing what the concerns were with marking the tennis courts for pickleball, have done a lot of research about other school facilities that do co-mark courts, and we had some concerns about the degradation of the nets perhaps being lowered, et cetera, and our concerns for co-marking and using our tennis courts or the tennis courts that are part of the replacement plan of the elementary school building committee, and our concerns have been addressed. That we have, as we spoke to Friday, as a school district, we support all activities that help other constituencies in town, not just the students. We also floated some ideas for other areas, the basketball court, and that could be utilized with the temporary equipment that Chris Fogarty just mentioned. Happy to work with the Recreation Department as we collaborate with the Recreation Department on all the athletic facilities. The bottom line is the town of Millis doesn't have enough recreational facilities and fields and courts, and so happy to work with town constituents and boards and maybe suggest creating a facilities athletic committee, et cetera, to address that long-term problem. But finding those spaces and then developing them is our interest as well for the town. So I'll let Tom speak to our participation, which I just did a little bit of quick math. We had 27 participants in our tennis program last year. The summer rec program had 25 that Tom runs for the town of Millis. So 52 participants. We now, this year, have 39 interested students, which is growth of 44% increase, and that's the tennis teams have done without tennis courts in town for 2 years now, having to travel by bus to neighboring towns that have been very gracious in letting us use their courts, because all the surrounding towns have extra courts that they've been able to let us use. Losing a tennis court so that it can't be used for tennis, going down to 3 courts would have a great impact on the tennis program, not only lengthening the time needed for practices, but also matches right now. Ideally, you'd have 5 courts, having 3 singles matches going on while there are 2 doubles matches. Our matches often run till 7 or 7:30 at night. It would add at least an hour, meaning matches run till 8 or 8:30 at night. Tom being the expert, I'll let him speak to the program, and that's just girls tennis right now, 39 participants, which is, great. We haven't even begun to try to develop the boys program. So, Mr. Ingraham, would you like to add anything to that?
Hello. So the impact of having 4 courts down to 3 may not seem like a big deal to those who are not aware of how things work. And it's not just the matches that to give you an example, we go to play at Dedham and they have 3 courts and we are there literally till 7:30 at night, because when 2 tennis teams are evenly matched, the matches go on and on and on. So just the time that would be spent there would be greatly increased. And it's also practice time. If you have typically 15 girls on a team, some of those girls have to be playing singles during practice, and so there's 2 girls taking up 1 court. That leaves 12, 13 girls on 2 courts, and that's just not it doesn't take advantage of what we can do. So we just had a sign up the other day with 39 girls in grades 7 through 12. I would bet, I'm not sure, but just what I know, I'd say that's probably one of the biggest numbers of sign-ups on any sport in our school this year, including football or basketball. It's right up there with any of them. So of course it's doable to have 3 courts. Is it ideal? No, and it really puts a damper on what we can do. And these are girls who have gone 3 years now without their own courts, without their own practice times at their own courts. So in our recreation program, I think it's been bigger at times, it's been smaller at times. We haven't been able to do it for the last 2 seasons. I imagine that if the high school numbers are going up, I'd imagine that would go up too. And that affects that. And I think also the phys ed department uses the tennis courts for their tennis time too. So I'm here to advocate for the girls, and hopefully the boys team can make a comeback too at some point, which would make it even more difficult to be there. And I do think that a lot of the tennis supporters in town, like the parents of the girls on our team, weren't aware of this possibility. They weren't aware that there was perhaps a court being taken away, and I think and I know that it's public knowledge, I understand that, but just weren't aware of it, and if they were, I think you'd see more support on that side too. It wouldn't just be perhaps as one-sided as it maybe seems to you now. If I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
I have some questions.
Sure.
So putting pickleball lines on the 4 courts is not ideal.
The line, not ideal, but that wouldn't bother us.
Well,
that would be
you're
fine.
willing to look, it's not going to be a winner if everybody thinks it's
understand.
ideal. That's not going to work. So that's number 1. You're
Right.
willing to
Absolutely.
agree to having lines, and you mentioned the net adjustment, which is also not ideal, but is actually essential to successful pickleball. And the third thing would be, of course, particularly with respect to use of the courts during school time. I think that the objective would be that if we have these courts with pickleball lines on them, other people other than school people will be using those courts during the school day. So you're willing to work on scheduling so that if we have those pickleball courts available, they're available not only to the school department, but to the citizens and the recreation department.
Of course.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. From the point of view of the recreation department and the recreation committee, the use of the pickleball courts with lines on the 4 courts is not ideal.
Correct.
But it's doable.
Well, I mean.
Well,
for the
it is or it isn't. I
Well,
mean-
there's two different points here. There's like organized recreation programming where we would set up or could set up nets, and then there's just the general recreational opportunity of pickleballers in town. So would that be BYON? I'm not sure. Bring your own net, set up your own net, et cetera, or like net systems. Like that would be a question.
Which would be unaddressed by the 4 courts where there are pickleball lines drawn on them. There'd be another process
Correct.
you have to go through
Right.
to play pickleball. Okay.
I have a few questions on both and some observations. First, as I read on the internet, I've gone through a lot of different sites. There are a lot of places where they seem to indicate that they can play on a regular tennis court that has also been lined for pickleball. Many cases, they've talked about they pull down the center, the net, it's not that different at that point. There are lots of other ways they do it, but they are able to make use of a regular tennis court that's been lined for pickleball. But I also look at it and say, based on what I hear from the schools and from you, Nancy, is that during the time that you have the tennis teams practicing, you'd want all 4 courts, which means that during those periods, for however many hours they are in the afternoon, there'd be no chance for any pickleball players to be playing on those courts. I'm just making an observation from what I've heard. I've also, in what I was reading that came out of the meeting, saw an indicator that you'd be willing to help to get another court, a 5th court, as you said, for the pickleballers. But of course, there's a flip side to that. You'd probably be also willing to get a 5th court for the tennis players if we turned one of the tennis courts into a pickleball, 4 pickleball courts, I should say. And it's from that perspective that I'm looking at this and saying, it seems to me that if you turn one court into 4 pickleball courts, you can have 3 tennis players playing at the same time you have 4 pickleball players, and during the day, you could have up to 7 pickleball players playing simultaneously on those courts, regardless of the fact that it may not be ideal on 3 of them. Everything I've read says it's very doable. So am I incorrect in any of those assumptions in what I'm looking at?
The time period that the tennis teams meet is from mid-March through, it's about 8-9 weeks through mid-May. So during that time period, from 2:30 till 6 o'clock, that's when the tennis team plays. So that is about 2 months, a time period of 3.5 hours in which the tennis team would be using all 4 tennis courts. So that's a limited.
Players wouldn't be able to use it during that period.
Correct,
How
but
about
they
in the
could
fall?
use
Do they
it.
use it in the fall, too?
No fall tennis.
There are also away matches with the days we would not be at home, where we play on the road, so those days would be opened up. Half our season, half our matches would be away,
I
so
guess
we
I'm
wouldn't be using the
looking at it
courts.
from what you're saying, though, is that there's about a 2-month period where, in essence, prime time in the afternoon, the schools would need the tennis courts, and at the very best, the pickleball players would get 1 tennis court to play their pickleball on, or we convert one to 4 courts, and they'd have 4 pickleballers while you have 3 tennis players. So I'm just going through the math on those.
And we had suggested that the basketball court might be a great place for pickleball with temporary nets.
That's another possibility.
What would happen to the basketball?
Well, that would be displaced. And
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
to your point about 2 months of tennis, a loss, like, to not have 4 dedicated courts provided for those 2 months for 1 additional tennis court results in, call it 9 months of a loss of dedicated tennis pickleball opportunity, because that's played as long as it's not like, snow on the courts, basically, just like tennis, really.
No, I
So-
understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I got my
Does anybody have any other questions? Because I think there's people from the community that want to speak, so I'm going to need a microphone somewhere. A microphone is going to have to happen. Yep.
Okay. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it to this meeting, and fortunately, I was able to juggle so that I could. And I think that the school is forgetting that these are town courts. These are not school courts. The town has to replace them. The other thing is, it seems to be having 3 tennis courts and the 4 pickleball courts. What a wonderful way to unite school kids with the senior population. Why are we trying to make another division that's already there? 70% of the population in this town is 30 years or older, and it's growing. So I'm having a real hard time, for one, being dictated that town courts are to be used by the school, and the residents of the town aren't able to use it during times that school kids are. It just seems to me, I mean, let's play fair. I said this the other night, and I'm saying it again. It is not fair to treat the senior population with lack of dignity. It's not fair to say that they don't deserve those courts and to have equal time with those courts. And as I said earlier, it would be wonderful to be able to have the 2 generations side by side playing together. And this is a town. It isn't a school system with residents. I don't know, you know, my kids took tennis through recreation over there, and we've been here 38 years, and they learned how to play tennis over there, and it was always through the recreation department, and it was always, anybody who wanted to use those courts could go over and use those courts. Now there's pickleball, and there's a vast majority of people who play. I have a neighbor who plays, and she's passionate about it. I have friends who play, they're passionate about it. Why? I don't understand the division. I think the solution, and it's a very good solution, 3 courts for tennis, 4 courts for pickleball. You got pickleball being taught in the middle school. So more reason to have more pickleball. I don't know. I just, you know, I think that the seniors are going to reach a point where they're getting pushed, and you're going to find a lot of pushback. And a lot of the seniors that are supporting this school no longer, they support still with their tax money. And I support it. I don't have kids, haven't had kids in the system for years. And yet I'm a full advocate for the schools. And I've supported everything for the schools except once, and that was years ago. And I volunteered, and all these other seniors have volunteered through the years. How about giving a little back to them, especially since they're town courts? That's all I have to say.
Welcome back.
Hi, everyone. Russ Barnes from Middlesex Street.
Thank you.
There's a little bit of misconception. I think we put forward the idea that this is a senior sport.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just said up here that you're teaching it in school.
Mm-hmm.
So those people who cannot play tennis or have the ability to play tennis at the high school level or school level, but do it for a recreational sport, are becoming more and more popular with pickleball. It's becoming a sport for everyone. And I think you have to consider that the population of pickleball is going to really expand, more so in the future than right now. And if you can't make a dedicated pickleball court off to the side somewhere because of expense, you need to put in 4 dedicated courts. For not only the fact that if you have the courts and the lines and the nets and the trouble with that, and there are problems if you set up a temporary net, and play to the outside of the court, there are problems with safety. And you're going to have to expand that whole area too, fenced-in area. The problem is controlling the conflict of tennis players and pickleball players if all you have is lines drawn in a tennis court. You have people who want to play tennis, and those who want to play pickleball, which are going to, I'm telling you, going to outnumber the tennis players. Who's going to determine who's going to play where? But if you have pickleball courts, that's where the people are going to play. So it's not just seniors. It's a great population, and you really got to take that into consideration. Not just seniors, but everyone is going to be playing. Those who can't play tennis will play pickleball. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the community? I'm going to keep this rolling so we can get, a lot of people came, so please speak up. We can't interpret what you want to say if you don't.
Hi, I'm John Pelaez. I help Chris with the teaching pickleball, so as you see, I'm not that old, and I play pickleball, so it's not only for the senior community. My wife as well plays. We're avid pickleball players, and we watch pickleball on YouTube a lot too. I don't think there would be a problem per se to have pickleball in tennis, but like they were saying, it's better to dedicate some courts just to pickleball because like me and my wife, we actually go out anywhere. We go to Lakeville, Dartmouth, anywhere to play pickleball. So probably the same thing would happen. People will come over to play here. I don't know if that's what you're tailoring to. I'm really not sure. But what I'm saying is that there should be some just for pickleball and some just for tennis because it would only be fair. If we share, there's no way really to share a net because the size of the net is very different,
right.
Tennis to pickleball. Not only that, I don't know how you were saying 4 pickleball courts in 1 tennis court. I've never really seen that happen where it fits perfectly where we have enough space to even like serve. Like he was saying, you would have to kind of open it up a lot more because there's no space. I think 2 would fit perfectly in 1 tennis court. That's probably the ideal, like the person in with the laptop was saying earlier, how you have one court on one side and 1 court on the other. It's kind of like the only feasible way to play. If you have 4 courts, you have to remember that we don't have that much distance from 1 court to another, and we're always going to be, especially in tennis. I'm not a tennis player. I never played tennis, but I watch it sometimes. There's not that much out of the court play per se. In pickleball, you could run a lot further out of the court, so you would be kind of hitting other courts as well if you just if you cram in 4 pickleball spaces into 1. So that's kind of where I'm saying now is there needs to be dedicated spaces for pickleball. Is pretty much all I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to speak for not only the older community, the younger community. I'm trying to work with Chris to kind of like teach kids as well because it's a sport that everybody could play. Mm-hmm. I never played tennis in my life, but I love pickleball, so that tells you something. So that's about all I got. Yeah.
Glad to have you. Thank you very much. Ma'am, he's hooking up, I think, to show us some pictures, but no, please come forward.
I'm Martha Kessler, Island Road. First of all, thank you so much for taking up this issue. And as somebody who's supported the school, I look forward to the new town park. I don't quite know what to call it, town recreation area. I'm a newcomer to pickleball. It is a tremendously fun game. There are a lot of people who want to be playing it. I do appreciate that the need for the school to be able to have the time for the tennis team. So I can certainly understand the trying to adjust so that everybody gets something. I would support the concept of dedicated pickleball courts so that we don't, somehow the idea of adjusting nets and lines seems to me like it's probably not going to work very smoothly, especially if the school season is limited. And then we have the courts that are set up specifically to be able to handle all of the students. But then when it's not their season, we've dedicated all that to them and taken it away. I love the idea of seniors and younger people all playing in the same area so that we can all be active together. And I just wanted to, sounds like you guys have done amazing research, just a couple of details. Nationwide, right now, there are more than 15,000 pickleball courts in all 50 states, so it really is a growing thing. And there are currently more than 2.5 million players, according to the Sports and Fitness Industry Association. And I just know from the people who I talk to and do things with, it's growing really fast. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So just to, if you have an express delivery of whatever the key photos are that you wanted us to see so that everybody understands what we're talking about conceptually, and then we'll have you, and then we'll hopefully bring this to a close.
So these are the goals. That we
Super
wanted to-
quick.
Yeah, basically it was just
Mike?
the entire community. I'll send you a copy of the presentation, but just to point out, your last meeting, Mr. Gervain's conversation at the end was amazing. It was inspiring. And I feel like this project, no matter how it turns out, is a great opportunity to answer those kind of goals that you set out for, and maximizing, making a dollar go further, getting more availability of opportunity for all age groups, et cetera. So just on the basketball court question, you recall there was another basketball court. There was a place for younger kids to play when older kids were playing on the main court. We don't have that anymore, so there's already been a little bit of a loss of basketball hoops. So there is a concern about taking away even that one last one for pickleball. Clearly, it would have to be just during organized program to take the new basketball court offline for pickleball. So there's no spillover place to shoot around. This is a layout. You can see the black lines. That is a tennis court. This is how 4 courts customarily would fit if you have the full-size tennis court with the fencing, the buffer around it. Here it is in real life. So this is co-marked courts with a shared net. You can see that the blue line is what pickleball asks for. White lines is definitely regulation for tennis. And then lastly, what we've kind of alluded to as another, these are off of courts in Newton, and this is another way of sharing the courts where you have a pickleball court, like lines on one side of the net, and you have the same setup on the other side of the net. Now this requires portable nets, of course, as well. So if you want to go with 2, this is the method of doing that, but of course they wouldn't be dedicated.
Bob Salvin, 135 Middlesex Street. Okay, by now you all know what pickleball is, but you're asking why we need it here, and simply put, we're obsessed with it. And I'm sure others, as they get exposed to it, they'll be hooked on playing. This is the fastest growing sport in America with millions now playing. We have neighboring towns with outdoor courts that are constantly being used. Ward Park in Marlborough has hundreds of members playing just for fun or organized tournaments that draw players from other states. Kingsbury Club in Medfield, 4 Kicks in both Norfolk and Marlborough offer indoor courts for winter play. The expansive 55-plus active community being constructed at the Glen Ellen has plans to put in 2 pickleball courts for their residents. And I wouldn't be surprised if those residents get hooked and start looking for other courts in the area with more competition. The physical, psychological, social benefits this sport creates for its participants, especially us seniors, is immeasurable. To say we need these pickleball courts on this town land is an understatement. Chris and the Recreation Department have given us 1 court in the gym here, and whatever sessions are offered, they're always full. These new outdoor courts will enable Millis residents to see for themselves what the sport's all about. And they will attract others from neighboring towns. And after a grueling hour or 2 of playing pickleball, it'll be the Millis restaurants and pubs then reaping the benefits. Speaking for seniors, as in senior citizens, We're retired and will most likely use these courts while the students are in school. I support and encourage the completion of 4 dedicated pickleball courts, and I strongly urge the co-use of the 3 tennis courts with pickleball lines painted in. After all, this is town land and not necessarily for the exclusive use of the Millis tennis team. If they may need to play an additional hour or so for their scheduled matches because there are only 3 tennis courts, well, they can take pride in being team players and showing respect for their senior citizens and their needs. I look forward to the ribbon-cutting ceremonies in the near future.
Very nice. I do have the schedule from the MIAA up on my computer, and it starts in, it's 7 home matches at the max, 6 league, 1 non-league. And I think unless we had 5 courts, we would always have stacked matches, right? You're always going to have 3 and 2. You're going to have singles, and then you're going to have doubles, unless you had a wider swath of courts. I mean, and that's how I always played competitive play, was we always had stacked matches. So,
Hi, I'm Robin. I just
Robin,
wanted to
last
say,
name.
Robin Hopkins.
And what street?
Southwood Circle.
Thank you.
I think it's great that you guys are putting the co-lines, because I didn't even know you were going to do that, so I'm thrilled with that. I'm not an avid pickleball player, so I don't know about needing our own court, but I believe what they're saying, and I hope that I'll get to that point. And I don't think it's any problem to share with the high school. I mean, those kids, it's a very short time. Like they said, you have away matches and everything. But my question is, do you have to have separate nets, or is there a net that can be adjusted up and down for the, I mean, we don't want portable nets, right? We want permanent nets in these courts.
There's somebody
'Cause
with
you know, the ones we put in the gym, they're just not that great. I mean, we want real nets. We don't want,
Well, you have to come forward to the cable phone.
that's all. I just didn't know if,
I'm new to this, I'm sorry.
oh.
That's
All right.
okay.
So there
And
is
you
a
are
big
again?
I'm sorry, I'm John Belias.
John, yes,
Yeah.
from?
I'm actually from Franklin, but I teach here in Millis
Okay.
pickleball, right
Thank
at the
you.
recreation department.
Yeah.
But there is a big difference in nets. As you can see, tennis, I'm not sure how high it is.
36,
36, all the way through?
the midpoint.
Okay, well, I know that pickleball is something similar to that, and in the midpoint, it's about 34.
34.
Also, then, yeah, it's probably very similar then. I guess you can use those nets, but portable nets are a little different as they're not like as strong. Like the tape on the top of the net loosens up, and through time, especially with weather and stuff, depending on where you're gonna store the portable nets, there is wear and tear, and it loosens up, and eventually it will get ripped up, as opposed to kind of permanent nets that are a lot more durable in strength. But I guess the height would be the same, pickleball and tennis. So I guess that can work, but I don't think the length is the same. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not the same. So, yeah,
So
I
they
guess
have to be separate nets?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would recommend it, right? It would be better for the tennis people as well, because I don't think they would want to have pickleball. I actually don't know. Actually, I don't know about that. But yeah, portable nets are probably not the smartest option. Permanent nets are definitely smarter. If it has to share with tennis, I would rather that than have portable nets. Just because me and my wife or somebody wants to go and we don't have the combination or any nets at all to play, that would really not be cool. And each nets aren't they don't cost that much, but I don't have a net myself. I'd rather go to a place where they have nets.
That's
so,
awesome.
Yeah, cool.
Do you have a comment?
We only have 4 courts, right? There's not going to be a 5th court. Was that mentioned somewhere?
We have 4 tennis courts
That's
right
it.
now,
And
and what
we-
we're discussing is how to make pickleball and tennis
Right.
Not mutually exclusive.
So
to
a
one
5th
another.
court is not even an option?
No, unless
Okay.
we have a benefactor who we don't know yet. about
Right,
yet.
okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
It's interesting, as I read through the internet, apparently, and I used to play tennis, but not at any particular level other than a lob here and there. They were talking about, they had a strap where they pulled it down in some tennis nets. I guess others they can lower the net, but it seemed that because of the size of the pickleball court, if they played toward the center and they pulled it down, people were saying it didn't seem to matter a whole lot to them. I just mentioned that. I'm not a pickleball player. I watched it for the first time a few days ago. But I have played tennis, enjoyed it when I could. That's the only observation I have at this point.
Well, I did learn in my research that it is an Olympic sport, and also, I also want to acknowledge that that this board requires of the Recreation Department in a unique situation to self-fund at least 50% of the budget of your department, to fund salaries, expenses, everything. And what we had heard during the budget hearings on January 8th from the Recreation Director, who is seated in this audience, was that expanding pickleball and providing resources for it is actually a revenue opportunity for the town and for the department. So, and that you also foresee the growth of pickleball, not just in, 30 and up, but in fact, the fact that it's in the schools. It's also becoming a mainstream school physical education activity. I'm prepared to offer a motion to my colleagues as a discussion starter, unless you want to continue to have conversation.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just add a few comments, because it's relevant to the decision we make here tonight, now that we've passed the afternoon and we're here tonight.
I know. Sorry.
The first thing I just want to make sure everyone understands before we go forward is that the SBC is committed to operating the budget for the school reconstruction, which includes restoring the tennis courts to the condition they were in prior to the construction. So I think we do have to face the issue that if one of the courts is dedicated to pickleball rather than tennis, that would in all likelihood not fall within the budget for the school building, because it's not the school. The restrictions on where we spend the money are pretty clear, so we would need to get some kind of estimate on how much it would cost to make the fourth court into a pickleball court. Now, the architectural firm that works with the SBC is ready, willing, and able to create that estimate. They just need to know about it, what direction we're going to go in by tomorrow, so that we can adequately get the timing together, because time is of the essence if we want to get the construction going. Second point I'd like to make is that I appreciate everyone's research into what's going on around the country. I think what I'm most concerned about is what's going on in our town and what the desires are of people to build, to the extent we can, some recreational infrastructure that services the town as a whole rather than any one segment of the town. It's clear to me from the discussion that what would be the ideal situation ultimately is 4 tennis courts and 4 pickleball courts, which means we need to find a place to either build 4 pickleball courts or another tennis court. They're not mutually exclusive. We would have to find the funding for it, but I think that it's a reasonable goal for all of us to try to find, I'll call it the 5-court solution, or if you want to, the 8-court solution is really what we need to do over the long term. But what we are faced with now is a commitment by the contractor and the school project to restore that site to where it was before. And if we're going to give them a different order, then I'm sure they will prepare the court, they will prepare the 3 tennis courts, and what we end up doing with the floor for one of the foundation for the other court, that's something that, in all likelihood, this board would have to address and find the funding to provide it. I'm not saying it's the be-all or the end-all, but that is a factor that we need to take into account.
I would think that applying the logic of just straight replacement would mean that we would have replaced the school, I think, with a leaky, asbestos-ridden school. So I'm hoping that the thought process is to leverage the opportunity as strategically and creatively as we can.
Yeah, but the school building committee is really restricted about what it can do because of its contract with the Commonwealth.
And what we can do is perhaps look at this, if there's And maybe you have some expense information, is that
do.
why you've come?
Madam
Okay, good,
Chair, if I
yeah.
could just comment on something. I want to be careful on when we look at expenditures. I agree with you on what the ESBC said. I also look at it and say, there are school children who will be playing, not children, but.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're
I'm not saying it's not a, I just,
I'm just, but let me.
it's I'm sorry, it's a relevant inquiry.
I think it's important inquiry.
Yep.
But I also look at it and say, these facilities are for the town as a whole. And we did acquiesce, even when building the new school, on items like, we didn't replace the servers, for example, with the same kind of servers. We made them much, much larger than anything they had. We didn't replace the switches that are used in the school with the same kind of switches. We used very much more elaborate, high-level business switches. I'm not saying that they didn't need a better server or better switches, but we used ESBC funds for those without a full understanding of how they were going to be used, and that funds were used. So I think it might be possible, but whether it's possible to fund them through ESBC or not, I would agree with what you're saying, which is, one way or another, this board will work out with the town additional funding if that's what's required. And that's a responsibility that we have to work with the town in that regard. I have no problem with that.
Mr. Banks?
So just to give a little clarification, we did get a quote on the costs, and we're looking at under $20,000 for if you were left with a clear slate, like nothing on there. I'm not sure if the town would get a credit for the tennis court not being constructed.
Ultimately, the budget will be what we spent, and if we didn't spend the money for the school,
right,
then it's a credit, if you will.
Okay, so if you may still have to, say it was $20,000, that was the top line of the estimate, you would still potentially have to find $20,000, even if there was a credit for the tennis. It doesn't necessarily mean it gets to be repurposed towards.
That's correct. That's what I was trying to, that's the point I was trying to make.
Thank you.
And that's what
All
I
right.
asked last week, so
Thanks.
thank you very much.
I would be prepared to make a motion to get the conversation started, and the motion would be to authorize, I guess, the ESBC working with all the parties to firm up estimates for a dedicated quartet of pickleball courts to occupy the space currently identified for one single tennis court, and to co-line the residual 3 courts. In doing so would maximize the space but would not be detrimental to the tennis group, and I'm evidence of that because we were a championship team who played on co-marked courts.
I will second that.
It's been moved and
I'm
seconded.
not even sure what the motion was to take.
The motion was to take one of the 4 tennis courts and set up 4 permanent pickleball courts within it.
Yeah.
And to co-mark the other 3 tennis courts, as doing so would maximize the playing opportunities across the board.
And I still second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Motion carries 2-1. And so the next step would be to get that information as to cost, and then bring that back to this board to the extent that it requires further discussion and approval. And I would also say that perhaps in terms of offering recreational space, perhaps this is something that might have application for the host community agreement funds as a consideration. Everybody's been very patient. Welcome to the world of community participation. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Is Mr. Weiss still here, or did he?
He had another meeting he had to leave.
Okay.
But I can address that issue
Okay.
if you'd like, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
Yep.
Just find the materials here.
Okay, I'm just going to ask everybody, can you do your conversation outside, because we're still on? Thank you, I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. If you like to learn pickleball, though, it's a good way to start. It's way better than tennis, I'll tell you that. Just kidding, I know you like tennis, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I apologize, Mr. Weiss had a 6 o'clock meeting he had to get to.
Yeah.
But in your packet is a memo from the energy manager regarding a letter of intent for the Clyde Brown Elementary School with Solect Energy. Basically, we're asking the board to authorize me to sign and execute a letter of intent with Solect Energy Development to conduct a feasibility investigation to install a rooftop solar array system at the Clyde Brown Elementary School. This will look into the possibility of and the energy and financial value of solar panels at the new school. The procedure includes electrical and structural engineering and design services at a cost of no more than $3,000, and there would be no cost to the town, only if the town decides to not proceed after a viable design is presented. If the board remembers, we went through a similar process with the buildings here, other buildings in the town, where we did ultimately go ahead with the library for the solar panels, and the town incurred no specific costs for these design services. As Mr. Weiss points out, that system at the library is currently generating a savings of about $600 a month at that building. And I think you see a copy of the letter of intent in your packet as well. So with that, the proposed motion for the board would be to authorize the town administrator to execute the February 13th, 2020 letter of intent with Solect Energy Development to proceed with a feasibility evaluation of a solar development at the Clyde Brown School at a cost not to exceed $3,000 should we not proceed with a viable project. It is understood that should the town decide to proceed with a viable project, that Solect Energy will absorb the cost through the power purchase agreement with the town. So I am recommending the board authorize me to execute this. I am comfortable that and that this will prove to be a viable solution for those solar panels on the roof. We have contacted the school officials, and they are on board with this, and looking forward to the hope of having reduced energy bills on the new Clyde Brown.
So before I go forward with the motion, I just want to ask a couple of quick questions. So these are solar panels, are they owned by the town, or are they?
No.
They're owned by Select?
Correct.
And then the energy they derive, Select pays our Eversource bills and then siphons off
We
the
get
residual?
we get a discount on our electric bill without having to put. Really, what we're doing is we're leasing the roof of the school building in exchange for reduced electricity bills at that building.
And do we get to negotiate the degree to which that bill is reduced? And I'm just wondering, did this go through any sort of a competitive bid type process?
This company is a state vendor, Solect. They've been selected by the state to handle these types of projects with the state and municipalities, so there's no procurement needed for this. There is a very limited number of qualified companies that do this work. And this is the same company we worked with for the library. We had a successful project there. I know Mr. Weiss has done extensive research in the matter and believes that Solect Energy is the right company for us to work through on this project.
Did the roof problems we have at the library have anything to do with the solar panel install? And does this letter of agreement, I don't see anything in it that indicates anything about liability for any damage to the structure?
Should this project go forward, and it would require an additional agreement that would need the board's approval, should this project go forward, what happens is essentially this company ends up owning all the liability and maintenance on the roof in which the panels are located for the duration of the lease. So if there's any problem with the panels and/or any intrusion into the roof that causes any water infiltration or other problems, they are liable for that. And they've done, these companies have done hundreds of these projects, and I've talked to them, and they said they wouldn't be in business long if we had a lot of roof problems. So they have very thorough in their approach to these projects.
Do they zero out the credits on a calendar year basis?
Now you're getting into questions that probably require Mr. Weiss.
Okay.
But I would, for the purposes of this discussion, still ask for the board's approval of this so that we can take the next step. The total liability to the town at this point is $3,000, and that would only be incurred if we did have a viable project presented to us, and then the town, for whatever reason, rejected it, then they're not required to, but they could charge us a fee up to $3,000 related to this work. This is really just to make sure towns are serious or potential is serious about it without just
No, I read
blindly
through
going
it.
ahead.
Why don't they do this roof at the same time?
Problem is the structural
I was afraid
issues
you
on
were
this
gonna
roof.
say
Yes,
that.
we've actually been
We
through
have
those
looked at it,
discussions.
We looked at
The building
Said no.
commissioner
I knew
has
that
said
was going to
no.
be the answer, but I had to
Yeah.
ask the question.
This is one of the oldest roofs in the
Yeah.
town, and
They said
it's
no
not built
way.
for that, unfortunately. And the cost of doing the changes, it would take probably 50 years to get that money back in electricity.
Thanks. Comments or questions?
Nope. I'd make a motion
Please.
that the board authorize the town administrator enter into a letter of intent with the town of Millis solar purchase agreement for the Clyde Brown School evaluation, an amount not to exceed $3,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Next up, I see the smiling face of one very busy DPW director, and we are looking at a package that has to do with fields updates. So as recent history, on January 24th, representatives, I think exclusive to softball, came before this board with a proposal to restore in a sequence the softball fields that are adjacent to this building.
Correct.
And we asked them at the time, we don't have the minutes, it's on video, but we asked them at that time if they could please coordinate with all of the affected stakeholders who are in any way involved in fields. So Oak Grove Farm, DPW, schools, various leagues. And that brings us to the present, because I believe there's a CPA funding application for a significant amount of money, and I'm not sure whether or not all those groups were connected with, and if everybody's on board.
At the last meeting that you're speaking of, you charged the town administrator and myself to go out and do exactly what you just spelled out, and we have done that.
Okay.
We have both met with the Oak Grove Commission, and they were in between meetings, so they couldn't take a vote on what their, position on this was. They are actually meeting as we speak right now.
Huh.
And I think it may be an agenda item for them. They're aware of the $50,000, how it's written, and I think I think Mike will agree that I think we should wait until they can speak for themselves when they take that vote.
I mean, we did have a very positive meeting with them.
Oh, absolutely, yep.
They understood this other initiative. Certainly, they have some items they want to address, but they want to be a part of the broader community. So certainly from the standpoint of the $50,000 earmark that we're still getting verification on, they're open to that discussion. As far as, originally that was, the Oak Grove was one of the areas that it was mentioned that those funds would be, would or could be used. And they're discussing that tonight to at least be able to present to the board their position on that. But again, we had a positive meeting with their representatives, and hopeful we'll get some positive results tomorrow from that meeting. Obviously, the CPA application in your packet is when I'll let Jim talk about that, but that was an issue that came in just within the past couple of weeks, I believe, so.
So Mr. Rand asked, I mean, if you look at the $25,000 that we voted at the planning board to give them $25,000, and with the request of this $50,000, that's $75,000. And if you look at the total allotment of, it's still $175,000.
Can I just ask, so when you vote to give $25,000, where is that? The planning board checking account, and where is it?
I believe, well, it's in the, it's under the direction of the planning board. The way that the
believe that was a
decision was
gift,
written.
is that correct?
It was a
Okay,
gift
that's
given
what I'm
from
confused.
Toll Brothers
Okay.
to the, as part of the decision that would be allocated for a field replication, but not for general maintenance.
Okay.
The idea of it was not to be used for general maintenance. So that vote was taken, which I believe you have a copy of that. I have copies of all the other sports leagues in favor of this, but there's nothing to present yet to the board, so that's why I haven't, forwarded. So getting back to the CPC, Mr. Rand came to me as a member of that committee for another month and a half. He asked, is this something that could be covered under, funds from the CPC? I told him I thought you could, but I asked him to send, the only way you can look at it is if we get the whole package together, which I believe he did. He did a very good job, getting it all together, and he submitted it to the chair and through the secretary, and I believe it's on our next, I think that meeting is next week also. It's on our next agenda for discussion.
Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question? Okay, so 25,000 comes from the planning board.
Correct.
You said 50,000 comes from Oak Grove?
Well, this is
the
general.
earmark funds that originally were targeted towards either Cassidy Farm or Oak Grove. And if you recall, the board had asked when this request was made to really reach out to the other groups so these decisions weren't made in a vacuum.
Right.
And we've reached out to them as one of the parties, and that's what they're discussing tonight. So theoretically, in my discussions with the representative's office, they believe that, to the best of their knowledge at this point, that we could use those funds for something like this softball field renovation project, but they're still working on getting final verification of
I'm
that.
just trying to add up the monies at this point. So we've got 75 total, assuming they agree on that, but that still leaves 103 rather than 153.
That's correct.
So you'd be going to CPA?
That's what, yes, that's his initiative, but what we were hoping by the time we'd have that answer for both, everything, so he could, lessen that amount of the full, I think he asked for 173, wasn't it, to the CPC?
I believe that's it, yeah.
Now, the original was 153 from the CPA funds.
That's it. I'm
That's
sorry,
what's in front of
that's
us.
correct.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah.
And that's
And
what.
then-
25.
And he would
Right,
lower
the
that
total
amount.
project was 173, but I'm just subtracting, so that's
The
the
25,
103.
yep.
And I'm just trying to make sure I understand where you think
Yep.
these might come from.
Yep. So he probably already took off that 25, and that's how he came to the 153,000.
Yeah.
And then if you look at if the board assigns that 50,000 to this project, then he would lower that to 103,000.
Let me ask a question, though. In terms of that earmark,
Yeah.
the earmark could be used for, this is really recreation?
It was improvement to
Yes, fields.
Millis Fields, so Millis Recreational Fields.
You mean like adding a tennis court?
Yeah. You're
It's just,
going
that would depend on the definition of that, if that's at a field.
Well, it's a field right over here.
I think
I'm not going to argue one way or another, I'm just relaying what
The reason I brought it up, of course, is that piecemeal request for funding, and I
Yep.
know this is time-sensitive, and they want to do it before April 1st or
Yep,
something.
they're not going to get it done before April 1st.
I mean,
Yep.
again, this is, how does the Community Preservation Committee evaluate competing interests with respect to a limited recreation fund? I don't know how much they've got in the fund, but it's not
Yeah.
the biggest one, that's
No,
for sure.
it's the least of it.
And I would argue that there is a compelling group that would be more than interested in talking to them about a tennis court and/or a pickleball court, frankly. And the question is, how does that, and I'm not asking you to tell me, I
Yep.
mean, at some point, that, we need to look and see whether that is a more, some more urgent,
Pressing.
but there's certainly a community interest in seeing if we can address that issue.
And that's why you're sitting on that side of the table.
Yeah,
and you
well,
can make those
I've been
decisions.
listening to this for
And
quite a
that
while.
group will be more filled than, would have to have it in the
Well,
over at the
you know,
school.
an empty promise to work together on something is
Yep.
nothing, as
Correct.
opposed to, wait a second, whether it's community impact money to create recreational opportunities, whether it's CPC money to support recreational opportunities. All those, to me, are potential funding vehicles for a project like this, which is very clearly something of great interest to the community. Not that softball isn't, I don't mean that.
Well, it's not, that general project, it encompassed everything. I mean, that was softball, baseball, it was
I
fixing, it was, and I think the way the way we got, it says for, I would have to, we'll, send it out again, because there's specific language in there and how, it says for new construction of Oak Grove soccer fields at the era Cassidy, and then in the contract, it states, I believe it
Is
said.
the earmark now?
This is the earmark that came from, it specifically says for, we'll get it.
I think it was improvements to Millis playing fields.
Playing fields, that's
I
right.
think that was the language.
That's right, yep.
And that's what we've been hanging our hat on to say there are other types of local projects that can be used on. And the definition of playing fields, I mean, I'm not going to sign that definition tonight, but I mean, certainly, I think there are some options for the use of those funds, absolutely.
But I guess I thought we had determined that the earmark was eligible for this, so am I,
Was eligible for?
this particular project that's presented to us, this Fields work?
I thought, it was certainly my belief.
What's the step in determining that?
We're getting
Where are we?
confirmation, we're getting the exact language of the earmark from the representative's office. I will follow up with him again.
Representative
Linsky, they're very responsive, but his aide had been out for about a week, and I'll be following up tomorrow to get a follow-up. And again, every indication I received from his office was that that they thought we could use those funds, but again, we just wanted to get something in writing to have that.
And
so
your
we could
direction,
use-
more than anything, was go out and get everybody to sign off on this.
Yeah.
You don't want some, and we did that.
We don't want piecemeal.
That's right, and that's why.
And what I don't, what we
Oak
want to
Grove was the
avoid.
last minute.
What we want to avoid is he who gets to the meeting first to request money first wins. If we know that
Well, recreation.
community-wide, we have all these different
Well, I'm going to have to say,
needs.
recreation, I mean, they were very much aware of this program.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing about a pickleball court or tennis court or anything else just popped up till today.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, if that is the case, then,
If what else didn't pop up yet?
well, that's,
But
Well,
there's
they
nothing
have-
that says we can't ask Linsky
yeah.
and find out, because if we can, maybe instead of 173, he goes down to 150 or something like that, and we use the other 25 or whatever it turns out to be for the fifth court.
Hey,
Where would it go? Where would the
Be
fifth court go?
determined.
Yeah,
I have two other questions. One is,
You're right, it's too easy. It's too easy. to
I guess
answer, but-
because, I mean, we're still looking for a place to put a skateboard park.
Well, that
We're
was
still
the
looking
next thing I
for-
was going to talk
We're
about.
looking
was
for,
coming.
we're trying to donate, a gentleman came in with 20-something thousand. We're looking to,
Basketball
build a
court.
basketball court
Right.
and use those funds.
Right.
And everything, it's like we can't build it there because it's school land.
Well, I don't believe any engineering plans have been
think the
drawn
school
up.
would be disappointed to get another basketball court?
Well, it's for little kids and,
Well,
this is specific.
Your point is exactly on target,
Yep.
which is I'm trying to also bring up, which
Yep.
is there are community needs out there.
Absolutely.
And to say that we have, this is not with respect to the condition of the softball field.
Right.
It's allocation of scarce resources. To say that everybody was addressed who might have some recreational need is not correct. Because we didn't go to tennis, we didn't go to pickleball, we didn't go to the junior basketball. And it's not criticism of us. It's just the fact that there are competing interests here. And we can't answer them all. On the other hand, we have to have some way of dealing with it. And the CPC is set up to address and vet projects, not to create a master plan for recreation usage. So I'm not criticizing them either. I mean, they may well be inclined to do this because it's a good project, it's got a lot of community support, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway.
I had two questions. One is that of a project this size, I'm looking at one bid.
No, there's three, we have three.
Oh, you have three, okay. I just wanted to make sure that there had been some
We have-
diligence on that,
Yep,
okay.
yep.
So I assume in presenting this one, this is a representative
That's a
bid,
representative, right.
or it's the superior?
That was
bid?
the base bid of, you take the prices out and you say, this is what the work you want everybody
Yep.
else to bid on. And they
Okay.
did that.
And then the second thing is that we had a high school senior come forward in that same meeting, I think right before the softball fields presentation, with a proposal, laudable as it is, for an LED scoreboard for softball. So I think we were kind of caught in a quandary of, that sounds like a great idea, but A, you have to graduate in 4 months, and B, we don't know, you would never start a construction project on a scoreboard without doing the whole project of the fields, I assume, right?
Well,
You would
I
put
think
them
that
together.
You could put them together, or if the funds were, raised and she, wanted it built before she leaves school.
Yeah.
That none of this can wait now. I mean, we're past the point of at least, a July 1st. If we're looking for funding from CPC, we're not going to get that till July 1st, after a town meeting vote. So, I mean, I haven't heard anything.
I don't know where that stands. I just want to make sure we're not on the hook for a senior not being successful with their project because it came forward and it was one of these things that we weren't really in a position to say anything other than, that's a great idea.
Yeah, I've already talked to Eversource about getting a meter and all that, but I haven't heard anything.
Can you follow up with this?
I think her goal one is she has to raise the money. She can't
Yeah.
do anything without raising the money. So her
Okay.
goal
So
was
I
to
think
start
that's
by
her,
raising money.
I think
Makes
she came
sense.
here to make sure there wasn't opposition to the proposal.
And then she was going to raise the money.
I just want to make sure we're not
Who knows if she'll
holding
get
up
there, or she may push it off.
her
I think it-
progress.
We
So
would
the next
never do
step
that.
on this is that there is a CPA meeting,
CPA.
CPC meeting.
Yeah.
The March 5th, I believe, is that correct?
Sounds right.
Here, is it going to be
It's-
filmed?
No,
It's not going to be filmed.
no. We have them, who's the liaison?
Am I? Good. Is it going to be filmed? No? Okay. Perfect. I get liaison duties and then I have teaching, so we'll see.
You need,
Um,
if I can cover it.
You
if
can come.
need.
Okay,
What-
I'll let
what-
you know.
Which night is it?
Thursday.
Thursday.
It should be good. I should be good for
I
that.
probably shouldn't commit until I
No,
talk with
don't.
my
Good idea.
wife. You
Okay.
know,
Check with a higher
you know
power.
what'll happen if I do that. Let me just check Thursday.
Okay. So
I think
that's,
we're
uh,
okay.
Voting member of this, I believe.
What?
Okay.
I think it's a voting member, is it?
I don't think I thought the selectmen weren't, but,
Maybe not.
yeah.
Okay. All right, so the
Would you
update on
get
this
the
is that
information?
Oh, it's absolutely.
this is now coming
Absolutely.
before, for the CPC for funding in the amount of somewhere in the zone of $100,000.
Well, right now, it's 150.
It's 150 some because we're not sure what that.
Oh,
other
because we
50
haven't taken,
Yeah.
because that,
Right.
fit-
53,350.
That's the formal request on the table.
But that could free up that 50,
I was just going to
If
say.
the 50 became available and they were able to utilize it,
Right.
that would drop
Okay.
that request.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask what was the final, or do we not?
What?
Are we talking about? With
Maximize
the
the
pickleball court.
space. Maximize the space.
I had a,
You're going to run a pickleball court.
we had a hearing.
I just want to make sure that when these great projects happen, that the DPW is looped in from a budget standpoint, because you inherit the maintenance unless there is an integrated facilities management
Yes, you do.
plan with the schools, and I think that needs to be part of the whole conversation. That was my takeaway of January 24th, is that we were asking for kind of a holistic solution of not just build and fund, but also operate.
I believe that was the intent of one of the members of the CPC that sent an email out of, that's been being discussed for years, and, maybe it's something we need to readdress, of maintenance and scheduling of all the different fields.
Okay.
So we don't have to do anything.
I don't think we do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good day.
So go to the building, no, I'm sorry, you're not talking about that tonight, are you? The DPW building? Oh,
No.
good.
I think we're done. Are
So,
we
Madam Chair, I know that the other budgets,
Yeah.
we didn't get to this evening, and to me, it's perfectly fine, since we're soon to enter our 6th hour of meeting.
Yeah.
To move those to the 16th, unless the board has any objection. I certainly do not, and I don't think it'll cause any problem in the budget process to move those to the 16th.
Yeah, I think what happened was during a budget presentation, there was a surprise and tripped a trigger of concern about communication and education. And it's sensitive because it's tax related. And I don't think I was expecting that. in the context of the budget presentation, so.
And now we know why we try to do most of them on that Saturday in February, because we don't know how that day's going to go, and things do happen, and I appreciate, even as it is, the number of hours that you put in to
Yeah.
get the business done. I think that's the fact we try to separate the budgets, but
I have to
But yeah,
tell
we
you, I've
can-
been criticized for doing that, so I don't know if you're bringing them back tonight.
for having them on a
Budget
Saturday?
hearings. Yes, I've been criticized for doing that. And of course, we had the videotaping issue, which is.
Criticism comes with the territory. Can't please all the people all the time.
Exactly.
So I think we're at a point of adjournment, right?
No, you're at a point of entering into executive session.
Oh, my gosh.
Just one comment I'd like to make, because
Yes.
and it doesn't have to be in this budget cycle. And, however, I'm of the view that this budget needs to be realigned to reflect, I would say, management accountability. And I don't know how we do it, but the finance department includes not simply the finance budget, it includes the assessor's budget.
I agree.
It includes the treasurer's budget, and the way we're set up right now, it includes the IT budget.
Yep.
I don't see the economic development budget being separate from executive office. I think it's part of the executive function. Now, I know there are reasons to move things around, but I guess I'd like to know ultimately, and again, it doesn't have to be this cycle, the thought process of fragmenting budgets as opposed to consolidating budgets. Because if I look at an org chart and it says, here's the executive department and here's who works in there, then I expect those things to be aligned with the executive function. So that's just a general comment, because I think we've talked about going forward other ways of realigning the budgeting to more accurately reflect the actual cost to the taxpayer of each of these elements.
Right. I would think, I would say that's a worthy discussion. And if, I think there are pros and cons to the different approaches, and I agree. There are certainly benefits to try to keep some of these budgets consolidated, so
Well, they may have multiple lines under the line item.
That's what I was
right.
just going to say, is that.
But it doesn't.
Right.
The
And we can certainly-
consolidation doesn't mean it's one blob, but you can break them into subgroups. So
Right.
you can clearly see that this group has the responsibility for these areas, and then those areas are further.
I would agree. I think
Yeah.
that's a worthy discussion as part of your next meeting, as we take up the last pieces of the budget.
Well, I'm not sure I'm in favor of realigning the budget for FY '21, but I think that maybe I would be.
I don't think it would be that difficult, actually.
Yeah, certainly,
They're pretty
certainly we can have the
discrete pieces of the pie.
discussion. I know, well, if you're going to encapsulate certain functions within other functions, it's very doable. If you're breaking them out, then there's a certain order that Munis puts things into, but I mean, if it's certainly.
Munis.
Yes.
Yes.
Say the economic development is still within and directly under the executive budget, as you suggest, that's very doable. That's not an issue. You just have a separate line item within there that outlines it.
Well, ultimately, I'm, of course, looking forward to cost allocation much more broadly than that.
Yeah.
Like, what is the cost allocation to the executive function for the health insurance for those people? Or in the enterprise, or in the school department, or whatever. So that, I don't think is doable necessarily this year.
That would
But
be-
part of the discussion, back and forth over 65-35 versus 4%, which we now know that FinCom has adopted, I think it's, we need to make it clear that that may be what the FinCom adopted. That is not the position of the board, and the board is asking the administration to develop a budget based upon the existing agreement. I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I mean, this is just not what we agreed to.
You mean the existing agreement, meaning?
Well, we have developed budgets based upon the 65-35 allocation, which not only is 65-35, but eliminates certain items before you get there, including benefits, including insurance, including debt service, including tri-county allocations.
Including leases.
So that is fundamentally something that we believe as a board needs to be addressed. And so the recalibration that we've seen from the 4% proposal is not responsive to what this board's concern has been. It's as simple as that.
Right. It perpetuates to a large degree what's existed.
Well, it definitely perpetuates it and actually tilts it slightly
Slightly to the,
toward
well,
the school department.
the important thing is, we have to be looking at all the departments. And we have to be looking ultimately at the town needs, period.
Well-
It's the town that we have to be looking at.
Is the scope of the DPW study going to address in any way some aspect of budgeting? Or is it strictly
For the,
manpower?
it's strictly for the, well, it looks at the whole DPW operation, operationally and financially. So we'll look at every aspect of that, and with special emphasis on the enterprise funds and how that impacts the operation and the funding of the department.
I just would like to say, for the record, that I want to thank everybody here at this table for your stamina and your commitment to the town. These are really, unfortunately, they're decisions that aren't easy. They have community input dynamics to them, and everybody here does a lot of work behind the scenes in preparation for these meetings, and I regret that it has gone on for the length of time, but I very much value everybody's passion and commitment and knowledge upon arrival for making these discussions productive.
I just want to make sure dinner's served in the future.
So I think we're at the point where we can, in fact,
Vote
to go into executive session to adjourn the public meeting and to recess into executive session for purposes of discussing collective bargaining agreements where doing so in public session would be detrimental to the town. Those contracts being for the DPW union and for the fire chief. We will not resume public session.
Well, I think that we will emerge from public session and then adjourn.
Yes, we will.
Private session.
The purpose
Sorry.
of adjourning.
Yes, we will adjourn in public session and not return to public session. I will poll the board, Mr. McCaffrey, Mr. Jermaine,
Yes.
Ms. Barnes. I thank everybody in the town of Millis for this opportunity, and we will see you at the polls tomorrow.